Thank you. We have a full day, so I'm going to be real fast, go over some logistics. All panelists, please sit on the left, on this side of the room. My left, your right as you come in. People watching on the web, we have a box for questions. ACCSOCmedia@fcc.gov. ACCSOCmedia@fcc.gov. The web address to watch is FCC Live, but obviously if you're watching, you probably have the address. We have restrooms in the back, and we have staff that will help you find them. Beginning at 12:45, we have great demonstrations in our tech center. It's right on the other side of this floor. We'll have staff helping and directing you, and please try not to miss them. They're really pretty good. In about 2-3 days after this event, we'll have a captioned version online, so you can watch the video. The Wi-Fi code for free Wi-Fi in the building is FCC 31415. It's coming up. Wi-Fi code is FCC 31415. We have a Twitter hashtag. It's # ACC SOC Media. # ACC SOC Media. We have restaurant guides in the back for lunch. We're going to have staff pass around mics for questions. Those who need interpreters, please come up with your mic so it's easier for everybody to see and for the interpreters as well. Panelists, when you come up after our speakers up on the dais, please talk into the mic. Sometimes the voice doesn't carry as well as it should. And that's all I have to say. And I actually have the pleasure of introducing Chris Monteith. She's the acting bureau chief, Consumer Government Affairs Bureau, under which this initiative, the A&I initiative, lies. And we do a heck of a lot of work in this area. And Chris Monteith, thank you.
Thank you, Roger, and good morning, everyone. It's great to be here, and it's great to see such an outpouring of interest in this very important topic. As Roger mentioned, I'm the acting chief for the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, and I welcome you to this Accessing Social Media event hosted by the Federal Communications Commission's Accessibility and Innovation Initiative, which we also refer to as the A&I Initiative. As you know, social media goes beyond social interactions with your loved ones. It's become a platform for sharing all types of information, including breaking news, comments, and ideas. And later on our program, you'll hear from our Chief Information Officer, David Bray, about how the FCC uses its social media. It's become a tool for students to interact with their peers. For example, over 1 billion people are now on Facebook. It's an effective communications tool, especially for those with disabilities. Last night, Roger and I had the pleasure of being in the audience for the previewing of a film called Cyber Seniors. And this film was all about how the internet and social media can help connect seniors with their loved ones and help deal with the issues of isolation and not being able to have family and friends around you all the time. And it was a very powerful and poignant film. I mention it because it made me think about today's event and how the same principles that apply to seniors apply across the board, and especially to those with disabilities. Social media is quickly becoming a tool for human resources to fill vacant job positions. From a job seeker's perspective, it's about being connected and being able to access online postings for job opportunities that are becoming increasingly less frequent in outlets like the classifieds, that we used to use in days before. It's thus critical that social media tools and content support accessibility. Social media is also about people using virtual communications channels to inform and collaborate with one another, often on a peer-to-peer basis. With today's event, our A&I initiative encourages all participants to promote cross-sector problem solving to address the issues people with disabilities face with regards to broadband communications technologies and improving the accessibility to social media. We have a really great program put together for you today. It includes 4 panels, each focused on a different area of accessibility. During the first panel, you will learn about accessing social media from a governmental perspective. The following panel will discuss the topic from a consumer's perspective, and the afternoon panels will discuss the topic from an industry and then a business perspective. Accessible social media should be available to everyone, and throughout this event, we hope to share ideas that make progress towards that goal. I'd also like to remind everyone to be sure to visit the Technology Experience Center here at the FCC for demonstrations on technology related to accessing social media. I would be remiss before introducing David and Teresa in not thanking our Consumer Affairs and Outreach Division staff who work so hard to put together events such as this one today. Roger Goldblatt, everyone knows Roger. Roger, thank you so much. Jamal Mesrui, Kelly Jones, and Rebecca Lockhart, and others, thank you so much. I know it's going to be a great day, and I'm pleased to be here and be a part of it. I'd now like to introduce David Bray, the FCC's Chief Information Officer, and Teresa Shea, who's the entrepreneur for the Office of the Chairman and the Office of the Managing Director. David and Teresa.
Thank you, Chris. First and foremost, I want to thank each of you all for being here. You are clearly being leaders by showing up at such an important event. I am actually just honored and humbled to be here with you. On behalf of the chairman, who also wanted to be here, wanted to relay one of his favorite phrases, which is, "It rarely looks like history when we're living it." Hopefully this will be an important event that can actually then lead to lasting change. Social media is an increasingly important part of all of our lives. And what really makes it interesting is it actually empowers the edge. The edge being where things are happening, whether it be a news event, whether it be something that goes on in the workplace with jobs, whether it goes on with something with our friends and families and our personal lives. It is the edge, and it actually is empowering, but we need to make sure it's available to everyone. So as a perspective of a Chief Information Officer, anything I can do to help make that happen, I'm here to do that. And actually one of the things that I did when I shortly arrived here at the FCC, about 2.5 years ago, I'd seen Teresa Shea, my colleague, actually give a very impressive talk on what she was already doing at the NIH in the area of accessibility. And that talk stayed with me. And so when I came over here to the FCC and saw that we had opportunities to even go to greater lengths and greater strides with how we did accessibility, I could think of no one better than to try and convince to come over here on a detail than Teresa. Now, she's an intrapreneur. That's an entrepreneur on the inside, because we need to make change. And we need to make change because we're living in exponential times. There were 7 billion network devices on the face of the planet in 2013. Before the end of 2015, there will be 14 billion network devices on the face of the planet. And by 2020, depending on who you talk to, anywhere between 50 to 75 billion network devices. Upwards of 9 times the number of humans on the planet. We need to start thinking about how do we make sure that those communications through those devices are accessible to us all, and thus the importance of making social media accessible to each of us. The other thing that I would say, for those people that are thinking about it, it's also about making sure it's accessible to the technology. How many people here have used either Google Now, Cortana, Siri, or heard of Watson? Those are devices that are also trying to make sense of what's out there on the web and what's out there in social media. So in addition to making sure that it's accessible to humans first and foremost, if we also make it accessible to machines, that'll also help us have smarter agents, smarter phones, and smarter devices. With that, though, the other thing that our chairman says is saying it's what you did last year is just an excuse for not thinking. I'm going to turn it over to Teresa because she's here to be an entrepreneur to actually help us think beyond what we did last year so we can actually start thinking about the future. Teresa?
Thank you, David. I am so honored to be here today, and what a great turnout. You were talking about numbers of devices versus humans, and like the number of devices, the number of people with disabilities is on the rise. Currently, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, 65 million Americans, which is 22% of our population, has a disability. And actually, persons with disabilities are considered the largest minority segment of the U.S. population. And another statistic, just to throw that out there, the Social Security Administration predicts that 25% of our 20-year-olds today will have a disability before the age of 67, which is our new retirement age. Those numbers are astounding. Most people are not born with a disability. Most people acquire them throughout their lifetime. And making technology accessible now is so important for our future. It not only affects people that have the disability currently, but you're also increasing and setting up for a future of your own, a future of accessibility, a future where Americans can work longer, can be more engaged, and across the board, live fuller lives. So I'm honored to be here today, and it's amazing being a part of the FCC where accessibility and innovation is at the forefront.
Cool.
This is going to be one of those few FCC events where we're totally on schedule. I now have the honor of introducing Commissioner Ajit Pai. Commissioner Pai?
Oh, thank you, Roger, for the invitation, and thanks to all of you for being here. I'm going to start out by telling you something very personal and candid, and at the risk of airing some of the dirty laundry of the Pai family in an open forum, here goes. So social media is somewhat of a divisive topic in our household. For starters, there's nothing so disturbing to me, at least, as seeing my own mother on Facebook commenting on my pictures and the like. Just sort of jarring. That buffer zone that I've gotten used to is no longer there thanks to the internet. And Twitter, too. I am an active user of Twitter, as those of you who follow me at Ajit Pai FCC know. It's an incredible social platform for me to learn about news, to interact with people across the country and the world, frankly, who I might never have the chance to meet here in my office here in Washington or wherever I might be traveling. But I tweet so frequently and I monitor it so frequently that at night my wife has to remind me sometimes that I'm actually married to her, not to the mobile device on which I'm scrolling through all these tweets. But I think it just speaks to the fact, our little microcosm in the Pai household, of the importance of social media today. It's hard to remember, especially for people who are younger, but in the days before Facebook and the days before Twitter, that kind of connection almost had to be physical. I mean, you had to be in physical proximity to the person to be able to interact with them. And then, of course, came the telephone, which is an imperfect substitute for that. But now with social media, I mean, you get instantaneous connection across the country, across cultures, and that's something that I think is just fantastic. And it's certainly enriched my own life, being able to keep abreast of news, keep track of friends, and otherwise learn things that I wouldn't be able to learn. But as we know from all segments of the communications industry, the technology is only as good as is only good insofar as it's accessible to everybody. And that's been a particular problem when it comes to accessibility for people with disabilities, as you've heard already. The great number of Americans cannot afford to take for granted the fact that they'll have the ability to access social media in the same way everyone else does. And that's why I think it's great that there are new innovations that are allowing people to have access to those platforms. Just recently, the FCC gave awards to certain innovators who have pioneered technology that makes communication services more accessible. And in the social media category in particular, one of the awardees that I was really interested to learn about was called EasyChirp. And I don't know if any of you use EasyChirp, but one of the cool applications is that it's a web-accessible alternative to Twitter that is optimized for people with disabilities. The contrast might be greater, the size of the text might be bigger, and there are other features that allow people to use the Twitter platform without having to go through Twitter itself. And just think about what a great thing that is. There's so many millions of people, thanks to EasyChirp and I'm sure other small companies like that, that are now able to access the same platform to participate in the public square. Instead of having to physically show up at the FCC and make their views known, they can tweet just like anybody else does. Instead of having to interact on paper, they can throw their 2 cents into the pot just like anybody else can. And so I think EasyChirp is just one example of where things are going. I think even though technology is speeding ahead very quickly, the great thing is that I think innovators in terms of accessibility are speeding up as well. And so I'm excited to see what the future holds for all of us. I only hope that they come up with some kind of app that allows me to get my mom off Facebook, to persuade my wife that Twitter is important. But that's the kind of innovation that can probably wait for another few years. So thank you very much for again for having me. I look forward to hearing about some of the different dimensions of social media, and I look forward to hearing from you or getting tweets from you in the days to come. Thanks.
Will panel 1 please come up? Panel 1. And just to remind you, we will have questions from the audience. Just raise your hand and we'll have a wireless mic going around.
All right, how is everyone doing this morning? Excellent. Well, thank you very much for everyone coming out here again, and thank you as well to the FCC for taking such a great leadership role in bringing you here together around this topic. Just to introduce myself, I'm Justin Herman. I work for Generalist Services Administration's Office of Citizen Services and Innovative Technologies, where I lead the Federal Social Media Community of Practice. It is a community of now we are about to reach probably today 700 digital engagement managers from over 120 government agencies. It depends on how we cut up National Institutes of Health. There's a lot of them. But what we do is we try to make it an objective-based community where we identified what are the shared challenges that all of us, regardless of our mission area of government, face, and how we can work collectively together to provide solutions to it. It was over a year ago that when we first started looking at social media accessibility itself. And a little just a background story before we get into the panel to frame this. Just over a year ago is when I first met Mike Reardon over here and some of the folks, is we were batting around the idea and talking about having a Social Gov Summit on the topic of accessibility. Because at that time, nobody was really getting into it. And it was funny because I got 2 responses from folks. One is don't do it because, A, it's just not a large enough audience. That's what I was told. This another person said, don't do it because it's too hard, and people get mad about it. And I'm looking and I'm talking to people and I go, I would be mad about it because everyone's saying don't touch this because it's too hard. And we're the type of community that's why we did it. That's why we prioritized it to have it. So we had our first Social Gov Summit, and that's when we got together. And I saw Scott Horvath in the office here. We had a shared document that people just like leave your notes, leave tips and things like that on what you think could make social media more accessible. Scott, he was at U.S. Geological Survey, but he chipped in, edited the document, and we're looking with Mike's team, and we're realizing that we had the fixings of what at that time was one of the better resources available online for social media accessibility because people weren't touching it enough yet. And so here we are today in just over a year later, and the success of teams like, Department of Labor and ODEP and FCC has just been absolutely fantastic to be with these folks and work with them. And that being said, I'd like to introduce you to them. So first off we have here is Brittany Stevenson, New Media Associate of the Federal Communications Commission, our hosts here today. Thank you very much, Brittany. Then we have Janice Lehrer-Stein. She's the chair of Access and Integration Committee for the National Council on Disability. Thank you, Jan. And, of course, we have Michael Reardon, the policy supervisor for the U.S. Department of Labor at the Office of Disability Employment Policy. Now, what we're going to do today, folks, is first we're going to go through, each one of the panelists is going to give a brief presentation. Then we're going to have about 2 questions interspersed between the presentations. Then we're going to open it up into a more frolicking panel discussion, which I invite you to get a little Hunger Games style on it if you want, and we'll keep it lively. Not too Hunger Games, enough to make it, like I said, you ask a question, don't hold back. It's because of leadership of, FCC and ODEP not holding back is why we're here today. And that's why we need you to be part of it. So with that said, I will let Brittany take it away.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you guys so much for allowing us to have the opportunity to host this event. Thank you for coming. We really appreciate you. First, I want to do some housekeeping to those inside of the building and to those outside watching the live stream. If you have any questions regarding this event for our panelists, you can tweet us at via our Twitter hashtag, which is ACCSOC Media. That's the hashtag. So that's shortened Access Social Media, but it's ACCSOC Media. And you can throw your questions to at fcc.gov. I'm literally on our Twitter handle now monitoring questions that are coming in. So if you see like an app or notice that something that you're having a problem with via social media and it's not as accessible to you and your community as you would like for it to be, let us know. If somebody on the panel can't answer the question, we'll work with our team to try to find ways to answer your questions. So that's all today. You can also submit those questions via email. The email address is, one second. It is located on our lovely event page, and that is at FCC.gov at ACCSOCMEDIA. So it's the same thing. So just wanted to let you know. So I'm going to start off with a personal story. I came to the agency about 3 years ago, and I came straight from grad school, and it was a really cool opportunity. And the reason why I joined the agency was I wanted to know, my background is in film and TV production, and I wanted to know how I could merge my love for policy with communications, and how could I help empower the community. My grandmother, his name is Hortense Armstrong, and she has been legally blind my entire life. And every day she asks me, what do you do at work and how can I keep up with it? Well, I manage our social media channels here at the agency, so this is a very, very important event to me personally. So yesterday when I had my daily conversation with my grandmother, she was like, well, what are you doing at work tomorrow? I was like, well, I'm talking about how to make social media more accessible to you. So it's really important that we use tools like Facebook and Twitter and make sure that the proper channels are used so that she can hear what's going on, or make sure things are translated in the appropriate manner. So I know she's listening today, so hopefully she'll learn some things that can be useful to her. I'm just going to talk, so I don't have slides. I wanted to know, let's see what's coming in from the audience in terms of what do you guys need? How can we at the FCC make the things more accessible to you? So we have this lovely event. We have our fcc.gov/connect, which lists all of our social media channels on one-stop shop. It is very important that when you're using tools that you make them visible for all the audience. So we have a one-stop shop at the end of every page that we have on our website. We have the primary tools that we use, which are Facebook, Twitter, Flickr, and all of those tools have other social media metrics in terms of how they can be accessed for the community, or voice readers can read them for you guys. Do you guys have any questions? So I'm going to go to Twitter and see what you guys are asking us in real time.
In the meantime, while she's going to her phone, which is very millennial of you, is there any questions that you have? Who's checked out the FCC's resources on this, by the way, yet, or is this something that you is quite new?
Also, if you check out, please send them in right now. If you check out the hashtag, it's trending. I see great pictures coming up, but I haven't seen any questions. We want to hear from you. This is the purpose of today. We have a whole accessibility page that lists, as Chris Monteith and other people have already mentioned, about various initiatives we have at the agency. We have a speaker series. We have this event that's going on today. So just feel free to let us know what you need, and we're here to help you.
Well, I'll have a question for you then.
Sure.
I have some prepared as moderator, believe it or not. So yesterday we were meeting with the representative from a major social media platform. I was talking about this event, and I was like, "Are you going to go?" He goes, "No, I can't make it." I said, "Why?" He goes, "Because we're terrible at accessibility." And you'll find, actually, we get this response a lot, is that platforms, applications are quite familiar with the fact that they are not very accessible and they can do better. It's something we get quite often. So the question is when you're at the FCC and you're working with different applications, how do you evaluate? How do you go in and say, okay, we want to use this for public services? You know what I mean? What's the next step? Do you have a test that you do? Do you have an evaluation? Is there tips that you have? How do you approach it?
It's a team effort, so there's a lot of decisions that go into making what type of tools that we use and how we use them. So it's not just me. Work with the Office of Media Relations, Kim Hart and Shannon, and also with ITC and David Bray to determine what tools would be appropriate for whatever channels. And then before we can even acquire a tool, in terms of procurement, we have to make sure that that tool is ADA compliant. If it's not ADA compliant, it's not something necessarily that we want to use.
Could you explain what's ADA compliant?
Okay. It means whether it's appropriately accessible. Let's see, what's the best way to explain it? If it meets the needs of the criteria as outlined in the rules or regulations of ADA, also in terms of like non-disclosure. If you give me a second, I'll find
Well, how about this? Because we're now through our time on that. So I'm going to pass it over now to Janice, who does have some slides. And while they do that, you can hunt through and see if you have any questions online. With that said, so Mike, you have the pointer for her? All right. Excellent.
Thank you so much, Justin, and my thanks to the FCC for inviting the National Council on Disability to be part of this really important day. I'm going to start by just outing right now that I am that other blind woman in the federal government. There's no greater privilege than being confused for Kathy Martinez. It happened to me once today. I hope it happens all the time. And maybe the reason for that is that there has been such an incredible close collaboration between ODEP, the Department of Labor, ePolicy Works, and the NCD on this subject. So this is a shout out to Kathy today. I'm impersonating you, Kathy. And it just is such a great privilege to be in this relationship working so closely with the federal agencies on this topic. I also want to just point out that it is such a wonderful thing to hear that engagement in social media is personal, even for all these billions of people who are involved. And even more wonderful to have that followed up by a comment that next to me sits a young woman who every single day talks to her grandmother. Good for you.
You're making me feel bad now.
And then here's the confession. There's two confessions I have to make. The first is I am one of those moms who looks at the web pages of their children, not on a daily basis and certainly under privacy restrictions, but the reason that I became interested personally in social media was because in its infancy, when there was just one or two social media sites, I noted my then teenage, now adult children becoming intensely focused on Facebook and even more intensely committed to prevent me from seeing what was on their websites and pages. And so that, as you can imagine, piqued my interest. And I quickly discovered and became fascinated by the fact that, shall we just say, women of my age and experience were one of the major demographics that the social media sites were aiming at. And at that time, because those of you maybe who cannot perceive this, I am blind, I was very challenged by trying to access social media. And so as a private citizen, almost 8 years ago now, I approached Facebook. They were in their infancy, and I give them great credit. They had no hesitation in meeting with me as a private citizen to discuss the issues that I felt were imposing barriers in my participation in Facebook and maybe seeing what my children were up to. And at that time, there was very little being done in terms of accessibility, especially for people with print and mobility issues. At the end of the meeting that I had with Facebook all those years ago, my last question to them was, and how many people with disabilities actually work at Facebook? And the answer I received was, Jenny, I'm sure there are some. Well, things have come a long, long way since then, as you know, and the social media sites have multiplied and social media interaction has exploded all over the planet. And it became very clear, both to members of the disability community and to the private sector industry, that there were tremendous benefits to making social media accessible for people with disabilities, because as we have learned from our humble friend, the Curb Cut, making fluency easier for everyone in terms of engagement helps Americans with disabilities, people with disabilities worldwide, and everyone around the world. So this has really become a strong focus, and the National Council on Disability has been so privileged to engage now for almost 2 years in a social media working group. It's composed of myself and my colleagues, Alice Wong, who is truly a champion on this issue in the Bay Area, along with John Cunahome and Benro Aganyayapi, and we are so pleased in our collaboration with the Department of Labor and ePolicy Works in this area. We began with a meeting last October in San Francisco that involved 6 federal agencies, including the FCC and the Department of Labor, FEMA, the Access Board, and several others, and 21 representatives of private sector social media groups. And we discussed the benefits to increasing access and some of the barriers that we perceived. Spinning out of that meeting have come a whole series of outcomes, including a hackathon that FEMA hosted in March of this year, and the current project that is underway, and that is a 3-part online dialogue that we are collaborating with ePolicy Works and the Department of Labor on. So we're going to go to the next slide, please. 2 of these online dialogues have already occurred, but never fear, because they are available for you to access, and you can look at the comments and the ideas and our major recommendations that have come out of these dialogues. The first ran from March 17th to April 4th. It dealt with the user experience in terms of barriers and opportunities for access for people with disabilities. And we had tremendous response to that, 389 registrants, 43 great ideas. Some of those top ideas included things like providing a standard prompt or opportunity to add kind of like what we see now as the tag, to allow people to obtain written description for visual images that are posted on the social media sites, as well as a very practical recommendation regarding the ability to personalize and change font and color so that people with print disabilities can have their optimal display available to them. There was also tremendous discussion about training and awareness among the social media sites for accessibility interface. And of course, the underlying theme to that was that making things easier for people with disabilities really increases facility for everyone. We also discussed a little bit that issue of employment in the social media space, and the top recommendation from that first online dialogue was the concept of eliminating the timeout for employment applications that are running through some of the social media sites currently. When that online dialogue closed, we very quickly then moved on to the second of our series, and that really targeted the technology industry itself, resolving some of the issues we raised in the first online dialogue and looking ahead to other opportunities for ideas and creative means for discussing and resolving situations in the future. We had, again, great participation, more than 200 participants and 13 great ideas. The top ideas there included providing human oversight for captioning in order to eliminate difficulties that occurred with the standardized captioning that has become popular in social media sites. A lot of discussion about the concept that social media can standardize and use universal design, that this is not a philosophy, but something that is an achievable goal. And further recommendations, and one of my favorites actually was a comment that someone made where he said, don't move my furniture. Make things standard to the extent that you can, particularly in government sites across states. So that dialogue finished in June. We finished up on June 13th, and both of those comments, all the comments and ideas, can be accessed by looking at the links that I believe are probably posted behind me. The third dialogue opens today for registration, and this circles back to that last question that I asked the Vice President at Facebook all those years ago, and that is, how many people with disabilities are actually working in the social media space? So in this last of our dialogues, we are really looking forward to discussing opportunities for Americans with disabilities to become employed in the social media space, and a discussion with social media as to what we can do to encourage, to educate, and to prepare people for participation in the social media space as employers and employees. So if you would like to join us, we would be so delighted to hear your opinions and your ideas and to engage in the discussion with you. The site opens for registration today. You can access it right now on your mobile devices and next week on your desktops. The site URL is STEMcareers for pwd.epolicyworks.org. This dialogue will commence on July 28th. We're going to run through August 8th. If there is interest, of course, we will fine-tune and hopefully continue that. And we look forward as NCD in the future to future work with the Department of Labor and ePolicyWorks. We have heard interest expressed from private sector for a follow-up meeting to discuss where we've been in the last year in terms of resolving some of the barriers and increasing access. And if you all are interested in engaging with that with us, please don't hesitate to contact me either today in person or by coming to me via email at jlererstein, it's JLEHRER STEIN at ncd.gov. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Actually, before we even get to you, Mike, or we even get to the questions, and this actually frames it here, and I think this is going to put this in perspective. Just got given an email while I was up here, and this is kind of directed at you, Brittany. Live event. You may not be getting questions via Twitter because it is not accessible to those who are using the assistive technologies, so they cannot ask their questions. You see, the thing is, as we pursue open government, we adopt emerging technologies, and we make this a participatory process, you see these basic issues that we have is that there is people who want to get involved, even asking questions of this event, but using these tools that we are adopting that are where the audiences are, it's where the American public is. It is such a way that it makes it difficult, even for the people, the accessibility community, to access this event. And so you see the struggles that we have with this. So that was from Diana Petshower. So thank you out there, Diana Petshower, for it again. So also, and we should say that if you do have questions and you aren't able to, for some reason, use an application, please email. And I believe there is somebody over here. He's printing out more. Excellent.
The email address is accsocmedia@fcc.gov.
Could you repeat that one more time?
It's accsocmedia@fcc.gov. It's the same as the Twitter hashtag, just add at fcc.gov. And also, if you go to our event page, there's phone numbers you can call, 202-418-0530. There will be people that will be able to answer your call. So if you can't get in contact with us via Twitter or via email, please give us a call. We need to hear this. And I'm sorry that you have questions that you can't get to me, but you emailed them. So keep the emails coming, and we'll try to find ways to better assist you guys.
Yes, and so like I said, anything we can do to open this up, and that's also why we're here, to make things better. Now, Jan, so the specific question, now that we've kind of framed things in a way, like when Hurricane Sandy happened, and you were talking before about your working group that includes FEMA, is that it was said that when citizens' power goes out, go to social media, because that's where you can find emergency information, that's where you can contact people. But the problem is that if social media tools are not accessible, then sometimes the very people who need the public services the most are the ones who are not able to use those public services. And it's something that we in government, it pains us to see. And to deal with that, from your perspective, could you talk a little bit about that importance in the role of the people who, as we embrace emerging technologies, if they're not accessible, you know what I mean? Where's that clashing? Whether it's even trying to get questions answered at this event or emergency information. Can you explain that a bit?
Sure. So this is Janie again. This is one of the really critical points where it becomes very clear that social media can have value to people with disabilities, either inside or outside of the United States, in ways that are different and sometimes so much more important than others. So one of the primary focuses of our partners at FEMA, Marcy Roth in particular has been a champion of this, is in trying to determine the means for opening up social media to people with print and with hearing disabilities, as well as mobility and intellectual disabilities. So across that very broad spectrum, you can imagine the number of problems that occur. Unfortunately, in the last couple of years, we have had plenty of opportunity to see where those glitches happen. Hurricane Sandy, of course, was one in which there were life-threatening situations for people with disabilities and for seniors who were trapped in their high-rise apartments and homes in New York City. And it was very important for them to have some access, since most of the phone lines were down, through their mobile devices. And that was a point at which FEMA started identifying some of the gaps that they are now trying to fill. Some of the lessons learned by Sandy were that it is critically important for people to understand and know how to use their mobile devices and to interface personally with them, that it is important for the emergency services to be monitoring and accessing all of the different mobile devices and applications, and that it is even more important for neighborhood groups to organize so that in circumstances like what happened in Sandy, almost building by building, there are basically what is evolving into virtual neighborhood watch groups, so that right where you live, others are aware of you if you have a particular vulnerability or need. FEMA generously hosted Hackathon, which is one of the creative means for resolving issues that occur in social media and in technology last March, and they are working very hard with several other of the federal agencies to ensure that 911 on mobile devices is something that is accessible to everyone, that is available to people via text for those who are deaf or hard of hearing. And all of that is kind of in the works, but none of it is finished, because as we know from engagement in this field of social media, things change by the nanosecond.
Yep.
So we really have to, as the government, to work together. And the great news is that is really going on. So my shout out now and thanks to Marcy Roth and everyone at FEMA for their concerted efforts. If you want to have more information about this, I encourage you to contact me, and we can engage in a three-way discussion with FEMA about that.
Sounds fantastic. Also, you can imagine that with increase in data services, location-based services, and things like that, the ability to have those watches and things will only increase. So we'll look forward to that. And Mr. Mike Reardon, could you please take it from here?
Yeah, thank you, Justin. And I'd also like to thank Jamal and Chris and the commissioners and the whole FCC team for even sponsoring this event. And Justin is a great example. Justin has insane energy and a very big brain, and he could be doing lots of things in this world.
I don't contact my grandmother enough, though.
Yeah. But he's heading up the social media effort for GSA and the federal government. That says a lot about how the government is taking this issue with great importance. I, again, work for the Department of Labor, and I work for a policy office, and we've been spending a lot of time in the last few years trying to do a better job in engaging our stakeholders. We've always done that, but we've done it in very 20th century, early 20th century ways, by phone, in person, at conferences, and almost recently, I guess, would be email. And we haven't really taken advantage of all the tools that are available to us to maybe move our agenda in more efficient ways. We did get the ability to do that with President Obama in his first week of office announcing the Open Government Initiative. And that was a really good thing for us because it gave us the opportunity to say, hey, we want to use all these tools to do a better job in engaging our constituents. And can I have the slides, if you don't mind? Just as the commissioner is like too dependent on Twitter, I'm too dependent on PowerPoint. I can't even have an argument with my wife anymore without using PowerPoint. I like to show her the top 10 reasons, graphically why she was wrong. But again, we're a policy office, and as a policy office, we're very dependent upon really consistent and intense engagement with our stakeholders. And we have a philosophy we call BORPSAT, which is not some Russian stew. It's an acronym for get a bunch of the right people sitting around the table. No matter what the issue, if you have the right people sitting around the table, you're going to be able to accomplish a lot of really cool things. And so we're trying to change BORPSAT into BORPSAPT, which is a bunch of the right people sitting around a virtual table, because a virtual table is much bigger. It can include thousands of people from around the country, not just the people who happen to be in the room or in the hearing room at the time. They could participate on their schedule, not on yours. It's much, much cheaper. It has the ability to be much more accessible than the traditional way of doing things. And one surprise for us is that actually the data is much, much better because you're engaging people. You're not just hearing from them, you're engaging with them and providing feedback to them. And so it's something that we've spent a lot of effort in the last few years doing. For the Federal Open Government Initiative, however, it has three components to it. It's supposed to be open, transparent, and participatory. The fourth component that we're adding to it is it has to be inclusive, because if it's not inclusive, you're going to make what is potentially a great equalizer for people with disabilities a great barrier. You will make it more difficult for them to participate if they don't have equal access. And so when you talk about, having bells and whistles, that make people, you attract them to your site. Bells and whistles are great, and it's going to attract a lot of people, but it's also going to prevent a lot of people from participating. And so you have to keep those things in mind, and we're trying to do that. And we're trying to do that by both working with the technology providers to try to get them to develop more accessible products, and we're working with our federal procurers and the federal policymakers to make sure that they demand it. And so all that has to happen if you're going to have success in open government for people with disabilities. Our approach is interesting because this has come up a couple times already this morning in terms of accessibility and usability. And for a lot of people out there don't realize that there's a difference between accessibility and usability. Something can be 508 compliant but be barely usable, for instance. And so usability is a much sort of more important standard for us than traditional accessibility.
Could you repeat that or explain that again? I think a lot, because this is important, a lot of people, they talk about, well, it's 508 compliant. And
Yes.
you said just because it's 508 compliant, it doesn't mean it's usable.
Doesn't mean it could be something could be 508 compliant, and most of the people in this room can't use it, and it's not usable, and it changes every day. In
I've
fact,
worked
an
with
issue
stuff
that
like
came
that.
up today, and I'll be straight up. We have I'm going to talk in a very short while about a social media accessibility toolkit that we put together, and we wanted to post and have comments on. It just so happens we were going to post it on HackPad, which is a very good sort of wiki that is used throughout the federal government and other venues, except it has some accessibility issues that we're working on. And so we're working with HackPad to address those issues. But at the same time, we had to provide an alternative channel for you, basically, for other people to participate who can't use HackPad. So a lot of people in this room can use HackPad. As it is, a lot of people would need to have this alternate tool. But again, it's because one is they're both accessible, but one is usable and one is not. So we're working on that issue throughout. So our approach again is we can't demand perfection. Nothing is perfect out of the box, but we do need to make sure, however, that there's a feedback loop to the developers. So if there are issues that come up related to accessibility, somehow the developer hears about that, and there's pressure on the developer to change it so that it can be better in the future, that type of thing. And then there's a constant need for federal agencies, if they're going to use social media, that they have responsibility. They have a responsibility to do testing. They have a responsibility to hear back from consumers as to whether or not this is working for them, and they have a responsibility to change. And so we're spending a lot of time doing that. So we work with the vendors and we work with the users as well. Let me see. I'm not going to go over this in detail, but Chris had already mentioned this morning some other important reasons that the Department of Labor is involved in social media now. All federal agencies use it as a communications tool, but for those job seekers out there, they're using it more and more to post their resumes, to get the word out that they're looking for employment, that type of thing. Employers are doing the same. They're using it as a recruitment tool. In some cases, they're using it as a review. Once you apply for a job, they're going to look at your Facebook account to make sure that you're not doing things that you shouldn't be doing, that type of thing. And it's used on the job. It's a natural part of almost everyone's job here today. And so for the Department of Labor, whereas we'd never in the past thought of social media as a critical component to employment, we have changed our minds on that. And we've changed our minds based on the way the whole social media movement is going. And so we see a critical role for us. We see a critical role for the federal department. And if that's the case, then we have to make sure that all this stuff is accessible. And then for our use of social media, we use it in many, many ways. And just one small example that Janny brought up in terms of ePolicyWorks, we use it with crowdsourcing. We have IdeaScale online national dialogues that have to be accessible because we're the Office of Disability and Employment Policy. If it's not accessible, not only are we missing the boat, but we're going to get in trouble. So we make sure that happens. YouTube, collaborative workspaces, Twitter, et cetera, we're involved on all of that. But we have to make sure that it's not just communication, it's not just one way, that it's a feedback loop, that we use it not just for communicating all the stuff that we do, but we actually use it for policy development. So as we develop policy, we want to hear from you and we want to provide feedback to you. So all that has to be happening in terms of at least our perspective of social media. And I'm going to talk a little bit about a new toolkit that we put together on the accessibility of social media. And the idea for this came actually from Justin and his group in the meeting that he talked about that occurred a little more than a year ago at the Department of Transportation. Justin runs a social media working group with federal social media managers, more than 100 from around the government, consisting of, I'm not sure how many federal agencies, but
I don't know
at
how
least
to
20.
Cut up NIH.
A ton.
Yeah, there's like 50 NIHs.
Yeah, HHS alone. So a lot of the ideas that came up at the meeting were unknown to a number of the people there. A lot of people entered that room, just as Justin said, thinking of the average person with disability as Stephen Hawking, and it's going to cost a lot of money. They don't really know what to do, and if they don't do the right thing, then they're going to somehow be arrested or something. There's that fear out there, even from really good people trying to do really good things. And so we've spent a lot of time saying, okay, it's not as complicated as you think. There are a lot of advancements that have been made. There are a lot of developers out there who are trying to do the right thing. Let's work with them, and we need your guidance in that. So let's at least put a wiki together, talk about those good ideas, those tips that everybody would like to know, those examples of what works and what doesn't work, those promising and best practices, et cetera. And we want all of the federal agencies out there, all those social media managers, as they learn about cool things, then they can then supply us and provide benefit to those other federal agencies. So again, that feedback loop is occurring at the federal level. So the toolkit is now available. It should be on the FCC event page, and there are actually 2 versions now. Hopefully, there's a dynamic HackPad version, and then there's the let's see if I can get this up here. The static toolkit version.
Yeah, so there's a clean HTML version,
yes,
and then people can comment at the bottom, and that's better for screen readers. And then there's one with a HackPad embed, so people can do that. So.
Right, and so you take a look at both, see what works for you, but we want to hear your comments. If you also want to contribute via Twitter, that's fine too. I mean, we're going to incorporate all of the comments out there.
All right.
I have a question. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Would you give? Excuse me. Would you please pronounce that name of that toolkit again and spell it so that so we know what it is, because I'm not sure I'm hearing it correctly.
So it's a social media accessibility toolkit.
Yes.
And in terms of the URL, it's on the site, or I can
Yep,
give it to you right now if you'd like.
Yeah, please read it real quick.
All right.
What's the website again?
Yeah, www.digital.gov.gov/resources/improves-the-social-media.
It's almost as long as the text on your slides.
Yeah.
So we'll be able to get to that. I want to make sure.
I'm sorry. The question was, what's the name of the toolkit again?
Social Media Accessibility Toolkit. Social Media Accessibility.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard you. I thought you were saying some kind of acronym for it, and I did not quite understand.
Yeah. No, sorry.
Sound like you're saying yak something.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
HackPad.
Yeah, the HackPad that we use.
What was that?
HackPad.
HackPad?
Yes.
Yes.
HACKPAD.
Oh, thank you. That was the answer to my question. Thank you.
Yeah, and we can go right into the questions as well. And thank you very much, sir. Everybody else should be like him, because he just asked a question. and that's perfect. Is a little clarification on that is because we always talk about that social media and government. It's not just there to tell the story. Like it's not just PR and marketing. That it is changing the story of government by creating a more inclusive, collaborative, breaking down barriers between agencies, not in just like a buzzword sense, but in legitimately doing it. And one of the tools, of course, that we use is HackPad, which is, if anyone's familiar with like Google Docs or something like that, is just another example of a collaborative document that we're able to then pass around, people contribute to, and it's one of the ways we're able to work together better between agencies. Now, I'm going to touch the nerve of employment, though, on this, is because when people think, oh, well, social media is just used as the comm shop, but social media is spreading throughout programs in government. If this stuff isn't accessible, that makes somebody's ability to have meaningful employment in the federal government increasingly difficult. Do you see that? I mean, can you talk a bit on that?
Oh, no, exactly. I mean, in terms of employment, both for the federal government and from the private sector side. And if you're talking anywhere related to like online application systems, if the online application system isn't accessible, then you're missing out on a whole lot of people out there who could be great employees. Same thing with the Department of Labor, and we have our own issues related to not only the recruitment but the actual hiring process itself. And again, if your system is not fully accessible, then you're not reaching the people you think you are. Even the federal social media managers that Justin heads up, they think that whether it's FEMA putting out notice about Hurricane Sandy, et cetera, they think they're reaching 100% of the audience when they're not. They're reaching 80% of the audience because 20% of the audience can't get to it because it's not accessible. Yeah. So again, we have not only the ability to, but the responsibility to make sure that all of our stuff is made available.
Maybe there's multiple people leaning towards the mic now. Janice, did you want to follow up on that?
Thanks. This can kind of become a vicious circle, because as social media expands in the employment area and people in the general culture become accustomed to providing their applications online, then it becomes even more important for people with disabilities to be able to access that in order to compete for the jobs. And at the same time, if people with disabilities are not employed in the social media space, then the social media industry is missing out on a major opportunity to really have, up close and personal and right in their office, someone who can really understand and speak to the challenges involved. So the NCD has really recognized that as employment is such a critical topic for Americans with disabilities, the issue of opportunities for employment and opportunities to obtain employment via social media is maybe right at the top of that list. And that's the reason why we included a whole separate dialogue that deals with employment. And we're really looking forward to seeing the ideas that come out of that dialogue and then to see what the government can do with it. Maybe it's a virtual job fair site that, is a collaboration among these agencies. Or maybe it's recommendations for industry standards into universal design so that things like the timeouts on applications don't prevent people from making those applications.
Yeah, and that is a difficult conversation. So we have some questions stacked up here. There's one thing I'd like to do, though, and I think this really gets to the root of the matter, is I'd like to point out, is there anybody here today who works in social media or for a major platform or anything like that? Is there anybody? We've got one hand, two hands. Ma'am, where are you from? Oh, no, I mean an actual platform, like the people that we're talking about and having the things. Sir, where are you from? LinkedIn. Is there anybody else here? You, ma'am.
Working on the Drupal content management system.
Drupal, okay. Is there anybody else behind me? Because we were talking about Facebook, we're talking about Twitter, we're talking about these things. LinkedIn is here today, and we have somebody from Drupal. And this gets to the core of the matter. We're talking about the ability to have federal employment. We're talking about emergency management information that will save lives. And there's empty seats here today. And I think that should really make people upset, and also make people strong in knowing that there are organizations, that there are people doing this and tackling this and facing this against, you know what I mean, pretty tough odds sometimes.
Can I just respond to that? I mean, the important thing, too, is because if you really want to make all these platforms accessible, you need to work with these guys. And we have a couple of examples of that. I mean, at one time, IdeaScale, which is a crowdsourcing platform, was not accessible, and it got a lot of criticism when the White House actually put on a 508 national dialogue a couple of years ago. And a lot of people just threw up their hands and saying, nope, IdeaScale, never again. But that wasn't necessarily the solution. Jamal Masri makes a very good point always. If you want to make these platforms accessible, you got to use them. But you have to use them, provide feedback to the developers, and the developer has to make those changes. If that doesn't happen, then you move on. Mm-hmm. But you don't just give up on them. You don't give up on Hackpad. You don't give up on IdeaScale. You make them better.
Yep. And so once again, thank you very much. I called you out for good things. So thank you, LinkedIn and Drupal, on behalf of all of us for coming here today. I see is there a question?
Yes. So
yes.
Coming from an open source community like Drupal, this is a question for, I think, Mr. Reardon, but anyone else up there. The feedback loop for getting changes to a developer, getting that into your development process, making that change, and then acknowledging that change was made can be a long one, especially if that's a closed door process.
Yeah.
We'd really like to see, I think, as Americans, more code going open source, government code going open source, so we can suggest changes and make these changes.
Is your name by chance Cyber Sleuth?
No, it's
as
not.
Well, I'll tell you, and this ties into many programs, not just social media. We work a lot with the open data community. Now, Cyber Sleuth here asks, why not make more code open source so we can help fix accessibility problems? And I mean, when it comes down to, through, programs like GitHub and things like that, increasingly much of government is going open source. And in fact, Dr. David Bray, who was here earlier, could talk well on that as well. And of course, through Drupal and stuff. But a lot of these tools that we're using that are free, that's not, it's like we don't have the code to Twitter or something to make open source in that sense, which is why we like working with startups, entrepreneurs, and small businesses that they can create plugins and they can pivot quickly, or like IdeaScale, like you said, that was able to take the advice and to be able to improve the program itself. Could you talk perhaps a little bit about the work that we do outreaching directly to the platforms themselves? It's not just about changing within government. What do you do with Silicon Valley?
Sure, and by me, I mean others. We have a great technical resource team. Claudia Albanese from Concepts is here. And they actually directly work with, again, IdeaScale being a great example, because that was such a notable, in essence, failure that we wanted to make sure that the process could work. And so we spent a lot of time working with their developers, and they were very receptive. They see the federal government as a very big customer, and they want to serve their customers. And so they made changes, and Jenny could tell you better than I, but I mean, the platform that she's talking about, those 3 dialogues, uses the IdeaScale as the platform, and it's pretty accessible from everything that I hear. And so that's one example. Hackpad is another. We've had discussions this week with the developers at Hackpad, and they're responding to our concerns. Again, but that feedback loop has to happen. And so it's very important for all those out there who are providing social media outlets for people is that you provide a link back to the social media platform accessibility and support team so that they can hear this. Or you provide that feedback loop to you so that you can then pass those comments to those platforms. So that has to happen. If without just complaining into open air doesn't do a lot of good. We need that feedback.
It's also a question of best practice sharing. And it was interesting to see in the first of the online dialogues that we conducted back in March that there were many people talking about some sites being more accessible for reasons than others. LinkedIn, you'll be happy to know that LinkedIn was voted as one of the most accessible of the social media sites available, and people
Maybe
were
that's why he's here today.
That's
That's why he's not hiding.
Good for you. And the other good news, I think, is that really none of the private sector, social media companies are unaware at this point. Over and over again, the government is engaging with these companies and seeing that there are these accessibility units or developers who are paying attention to the need to have the interface so that people that use assistive technology can actually be part of the discussion. It's really important, and I can't reinforce enough what Mike said, that it's really important to reach back when you have a problem. I have them all the time. I was actually one of the people that tested the toolkit way back in its infancy and provided feedback, and changes were made that were very significant and really made it much easier for me to use that toolkit. And the same has been true of our development of these online dialogues. We are constantly working together and tweaking and refining them, and the only way we can do that is if we understand what's going wrong.
Excellent. Brittany, do you want to chime in?
I want to chime in about a few things. When I was referring earlier, I'm going to take a step back to ADA requirements. I was referring to the American with Disabilities Act of 1990, and it's required by law that all federal agencies provide technical assistance to individuals and institutions that have rights or duties. So just making sure that things are accessible to the community. And in reference to what my colleague says, social listening is very important. As has been stated, there's several different tools out there, and different age groups, different audience, different users use different tools for different things. Here at the agency, we try to use multiple platforms to communicate various messages that we have, whether it's a tweet here or it's an email address here, if it's a phone call with various. We have a disabilities rights office at the agencies, and it's dro@fcc.gov. So if you're having any issues, also want to iterate any email address or webpage that I've spoken about or my colleagues I've spoken about will be available post the event. We'll make sure that there's a list on the event page so that you can access them. But the Disability Rights Office here at the agency's number is 202-418-2517. That's 202-418-2517. We're having these conversations like we're having today because we are listening, and we want to know what, when, and how we can help you, and what are the best ways that we could go about that, because I'm not a member of the community. My grandmother can only tell me so much. She actually has a Facebook page, by the way.
Once again, I'm feeling worse and worse about my grandmother. So I had just one more question, and I'd like everyone to maybe touch upon that. Actually, no, I don't, because behind me there's a question. And
yes, there is. Hey, Justin, how's it going?
How's it going?
Good morning.
I felt terrible. I was like, I know there's somebody back there. And
don't
it's
feel
Alex
Howard.
So.
Okay, that skips my intro right there. I have to identify myself as a member of the media here today, so you know I'm asking that. So there's three quick questions. One, the Department of Justice initiated a rulemaking a couple of years ago about whether to apply the Americans with Disabilities Act online. The FCC recently said that certain online videos would need to be closed captioned, something that kind of went by without a great deal of attention, but has a significant effect upon anyone who does online video. Did the DOJ actually say that the ADA applies online? If you all don't know, that's fine, but I feel that should be raised here in the forum. And the second, and this is just a clarification for you, Justin, were the social media companies invited to this forum, and did they turn the invitation down? That seems like important to get on the record.
I believe they were invited multiple times.
Talk later, and she can answer.
Okay, yeah. Wait, what did you just say? Sorry. Okay, yeah. For just the purposes right now, especially for the online screen, is there anybody who wants to answer the direct question about whether that applies?
This is Janny. So, what a great question. And if we could resolve that question, we could really probably make tremendous advances right here in this room today. As you probably surmise from having asked the question, it is a gray area in the law. The good news is that the bottom line for everyone here that we learn every time we touch social media and this issue of accessibility and inclusion is that making things easier, faster, increasing fluency for people with disabilities makes things easier, faster, and better for everyone. So whether or not the ADA applies to every piece of information that goes out over the internet or not is a question I would not even dare to begin to address, because it is a body of developing case law and statutory law that will be ongoing for a long time. But how we can make things easier for people by automatically including, by baking in inclusion for people with disabilities will, without question, improve the lives of everyone. So why not?
Yeah. Well, one of the things we often say, and Mike, I believe it's your shop actually that taught me this, is accessible design. It's not just talking about a small population. Accessible design is good design. Is if you have the more accessible you make it, you're also going to find that your product itself is going to be better for everybody in that sense. And I want to take so one more question on that is, my apologies, and also Alex, is that so they'll follow up with more information as well? I hope that was satisfied a little bit.
Yeah, I mean it sounds like you're not saying whether it does or not, though. I guess I'll have to ask that elsewhere. I mean, the rulemaking years ago, it should have been decided one way or the other. Yeah, apologies. I was going to say that the rulemaking ended years ago.
Please use the microphone.
Thank you.
Wait until the microphone is with you.
Sorry, I was trying to use my stage voice, and yelling doesn't work well here. I'm sure there'll be some yelling on the net neutrality issue for other contexts. I was trying to mention here the rulemaking ended years ago, so it seems like there should be some clarity here on whether this actually applies or not. I'm having trouble understanding why there isn't a clear answer, yes or no, on that. It could just be I'm asking it in the wrong context in the wrong agency.
I think part of the answer to that question lies with the ADA and the question as to what articles of the ADA are applicable to the internet. And that has become a huge issue of developing case law. And that, at least to my understanding, is why there isn't a real clear answer. The fact that DOJ gave direction should be a pretty good indicator to everyone, but there are nuances, as you know, in the various articles of the ADA that sometimes create gaps and gray areas. And those are being resolved both by ongoing litigation and by further examination and rulemaking. And it's an ongoing process. It's probably going to take a while. And one of the reasons it's going to take a while is because this industry changes by the moment. So at the same time as we really want to think and encourage people to include all of these accessibility features and the interface to assistive technology, it's going to be probably a while longer before we're at the stage where the fluency that we desire is achieved. And some of that fluency may come as a result of litigation.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Jen. And now we are out of time, and I want to keep the FCC on schedule today. I want to thank the panelists, and also once again to everybody who is viewing online and here in the audience, is that this is not just one event. This is an ongoing issue that people are working on every day, and we are far from there, far from where we need to be. And it's not just communications. It's social media will be working on the regulatory process, on employment, on emergency management in the coming year. And so we need to tackle these things head on. And you're all part of this here today, and we all want you as part of that dialogue to make it better. Thank you to everyone who asked questions, the panelists, FCC. Enjoy your day.
We're now going to take a 10-minute break, and panel 2 will start at 10:30. Thank you. Okay, can everybody please take their seats? We're about to begin. Okay. Okay, as we're trying to keep on schedule, before we start panel 2, I just want to read a comment that came in on the web. Okay, we're about to start panel 2, but a comment was sent in from the web. Watching reading the FCC webinar, it's interesting the way they fumble with URLs. That's a good URLs. It's a good argument for hashtag short links, hashtag 508. Just everybody should think about that when they come up with web pages you're trying to have people copy down. Thank you. Mark?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for being with us today for this really important dialogue with the FCC on social media. The first panel was really outstanding and very engaging, and so we have a lot to do to keep it as energetic and entertaining during panel number 2. But from my perspective, we are talking about something really exciting, and it's the social media and the advocacy aspect of social media, the consumer aspect of social media, and I think it will be a really, really great discussion. And one of the things that we really want to encourage is that this is a discussion. And so folks will have a few minutes, our panelists will have a few minutes to introduce themselves, share some of their perspective, but then we're really hoping for a lot of audience interaction, lots of questions from you, lots of questions from folks who are joining us at home via the web, and so hopefully we will have a very exciting panel. I've served on panels with many folks before. There's no captions, Cart. So I'm going to talk for a second and see if it all of a sudden starts to show up, but it hasn't yet. Okay. So we're going to hold for just a moment while we get CART up and running. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves.
Do you know if it's possible to increase the size of the font for the card?
It is not, I am told. We're going to look into that. Okay. So they are working on the technical fix right now for the CART, and apparently it is a technical challenge that we are having at the moment. And so we are going to hold tight to make sure that this is, they fixed it. Oh, wait, no, it says please stand by, which does not mean it is fixed. So we're just going to hold tight for just a moment, and we will start as soon as they are ready. And now it is ready. So, what did I tell you? I told you this was going to be entertaining, to say the very least, and that is the truth. And so we're a few minutes behind because of the technical glitch, and so I'm going to hand it over first to Julia with the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network to share her perspectives on social media and advocacy.
Hello? Do I need to bring it in, or let's see, does that work? Okay. Hello, My name is Julia Bascom, and I'm Director of Programs for the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network. The Autistic Self-Advocacy Network is a national grassroots nonprofit organization run by and for autistic people speaking for ourselves and advocating for systems change. Our membership consists of autistic adults and allies, and all of our leadership, including me myself, are autistic. In terms of the topics for today's panel, we've done some research and technical assistance around cognitive accessibility, particularly cognitive accessibility in an online context. We also, both as a community and as an organization, have a tremendous and somewhat unique amount of experience around social media, both in and of itself and also as disabled people needing access, and that's mainly what I'll be speaking to today. Is this working well enough? Yeah. Is that better? Okay. So social media has actually been a game changer for my community, for the autistic community, and for our members. Social media and online communication in general has made social communication much, much more accessible for many of us, and has given us a place to come together and organize as a community as well. For example, a lot of autistic people struggle with real-time communication, with oral speech or with synchronizing speech and nonverbal communication, body language, facial expressions, all of that. But on social media, none of that matters. I can type instead of talk. I can share a picture. I can just click like. I can use an emoticon. I can type a comment, get back up, walk away, and then come back after I've done something else entirely, and I'm ready to process the interaction and respond. And none of it matters. No one can even tell. If I need to move around while I'm communicating, no one cares. I don't have to worry about body language, about facial expressions, about intonation. And all of this has been just incredibly empowering. The autistic community actually started organizing online in the 90s, in the blogging community and on listservs. And while we were doing that, we were sharing our experiences, and we were coming to the realization that our experiences with autism and with disability were actually in direct opposition to a lot of the sort of common misknowledge and misinformation about us. My organization, ASAN, the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, grew directly out of that realization, and an entire community has grown out of that now. The autistic community has a whole culture complete with holidays, traditions, a written canon, and complex social structures, and it's all online. And then in addition, ASAN, again, the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, is a grassroots organization, which means we might only have 5 or 10 people in a particular city, but if there's an issue that comes up or something we need to advocate and organize around, we have 15 or 20,000 more people online. And we've been able to leverage that strength and that unity into some really meaningful policy victories. Just on every conceivable level, social media has empowered us, it's enabled us to communicate, it's brought us together, and it's allowed us to build something stronger than any one of us individually. It's been an absolute game changer. And that's mainly what I was going to talk about.
Thank you, Julia. I'm going to actually...
You're not on.
Yeah, you're not on. I'm not on yet?
No.
I'm on now. So I'm actually going to switch things up a little bit. I think Lisa probably thinks she's going next, but I'm going to throw it all the way down to Andrew and ask that you go next. Andrew is with the National Association for the Deaf.
I am the Policy Counsel for the National Association of the Deaf, and I am one person who does benefit from social media and always have been. It's been wonderful for deaf and hard of hearing people throughout the U.S. and the world. And as you may already know, some of our biggest challenges has been getting information from friends and colleagues through social settings. For example, water cooler chat. Or perhaps, after work, people go out to a bar and chat. Often we don't have interpreters available, and we don't have card available, so we're missing a lot of valuable information. But that's where a lot of networking occurs. And that's where people find out about job opportunities and they find about who's dating who. Oftentimes, deaf people miss out on that information, and they tend to be the last people to have access to it. I know even within my own family, I grew up in a hearing family, and I'm the last person to get that information. But social media has changed the playing field. And often now we're able to find out, like through Facebook, for example, I find out my friends are in relationships and they're dating, and I'm up on all of that. Now with job openings, there's a lot of information that deaf people and hard of hearing people can access. We empower each other to move up within our jobs and to help improve our standing within our communities. Social media. Well, there's been an interesting experience I've had. In law school, I had a classmate who was deaf-blind. And I remember that he often told me secret tips, things I needed to know about law school, and the tidbits and the gossip. He told me he got that information from Facebook, and he looked at the discussion boards from our law schools. So here he was giving me that information. So I was able to tell some of my non-disabled classmates these tips, and it really changed the playing field and the access that we had, and I was very grateful for that. Also, social media is not only about receiving messages from mainstream society, but it's sending messages as well. And we're able to share information about our advocacy work, our community efforts through social media, which obviously has been happening in text. And we're able to educate people on how to raise deaf children and the importance of using sign language, the importance of captioning, and so forth. So we're using that to reach out to the public, not only to receive information. Now, within our community, one of the wonderful things about social media is the video aspect. Now we can make video blogs where we're able to use sign language and share information within American Sign Language. For a lot of deaf and hard of hearing people, American Sign Language is their first language. It's what they're most comfortable communicating in. There's one popular website, deafvideo.tv, which shares a lot of information, and they share different comments through video, and a lot of the responses that people make are via video as well. So it's a great way of sharing information with other people who do communicate in ASL, and they'd rather communicate that way than through text. While there are a lot of advantages of social media for deaf and hard of hearing people, we have some frustrations as well. A lot of the video is not captioned. We want to watch things, we want to learn and be able to understand, but we have that barrier. We're very grateful to the FCC for reversing its position on the online video clips. The FCC has decided that video clips taken from TV and shown online must also be captioned if they were captioned while shown on TV. And we're very grateful for that because the video clips are of news programs, and often those are shared online, and we're able to learn about local news disasters and warnings through social media. So we're looking forward to seeing more captioned video clips. Of course, a lot of those clips are not covered by the 21st Century Communication and Video Accessibility Act. For example, consumer-generated videos are not covered. So that's a struggle that we're facing. But a lot of technology companies are adding the ability for users to caption their own videos. One of my favorite examples is YouTube. They have a system where you're able to add a transcript of your video, and then they'll use speech recognition software to synchronize the captioning with the text, which makes captioning so much easier, and you don't have to do any time coding. This is an exciting time for deaf and hard of hearing individuals, but we're a little nervous as more and more social media leaves the world of text and goes into the world of video.
Thank you, Andrew. So next, we're going to come back to this side of the table with Lisa from the National Hearing Loss Association of America.
Is this mic on? Yes, it is. Okay, I can hear you, and I hope you can hear me too. So I am Lisa Hamlin. I'm the Director of Public Policy at Hearing Loss Association of America. We were founded in 1979, and we're a membership organization with chapters all over the country, state organizations, and an office in Bethesda, Maryland. Now, Andrew spoke really well about a lot of the issues that we face with social media, but I want to give you a little background in hearing loss. We have had recent statistics showing that approximately 20% of Americans, that's 48 million Americans, have some kind of hearing loss. Now, that's everything from a mild loss to profound deafness. So, but that's a sizable community here. 60% of those people are people who are in the workplace or are in school. So we're not all old folks, but there are, if somebody reaches 65 years old, you have a 1 in 3 chance of having a hearing loss. So it's a sizable community. We range all ages, and we are very much part of social media. Now, I think Andrew alluded to this, but I want to emphasize that people with hearing loss were early adopters of social media and of email when that came along. We were one of the first. You saw a lot of people you remember BlackBerries. Well, people with hearing loss picked up BlackBerries very quickly. The truth is, as Andrew was saying, it evens the playing field. Now I don't have to worry about what I hear, what I can't hear. I can read it in text. That's a huge benefit. And it was particularly, and continues to be particularly beneficial in the workplace, where now I don't have to worry. Now, okay, I'm aging myself, but the dreaded intercom, when folks would press that intercom button, I could never hear that. Speaker phones are still a problem for me. So it's a huge leap forward for us, and we don't have to worry about those face-to-face, those interactions where we will miss what's heard. Now, social media holds a lot of promise for inclusion. And as I said, been readily adopted. But as it becomes more sophisticated, when it first came out, we were all text. We could email each other, we could get a hold of each other by text. And now it's much more has to do with video. And some video, it has no sound at all, but some of it does have sound. And what happens when that video is not accessible? And by that I mean, will it support captions? I don't know, maybe yes, maybe no. And what I would also like to see as a person who has some hearing, I do depend on my hearing aid and my cochlear implant, I would love to see high definition. So new stuff is coming along. How about having it really good, having really good sound? I think that would benefit everybody, but it would particularly benefit people with hearing loss if we had not just clip sound, but a full frequency sound and get some noise reduction. And I'm even hearing news in the world of mobile phones, so why not computer use also? Having the user being able to manipulate the sound. So, okay, let me turn up the voice on this particular and turn down the background noise. All of a sudden, NPR has to go out and interview somebody in the street. Now I can actually hear what they're saying instead of worrying about all the street sounds. This would be wonderful, and if social media does that if we have platforms that do that, that'd be a huge help to people with hearing loss who still depend on their sound. We want developers to do more. We want to be part of it. As I say, we're turning to them. And I actually looked up. I did my homework here, and I was looking up who uses social media, and I found that there are 90% of social media users are between 18 and 29. Well, that's no surprise. We know that. I found out that women use it more than men. and I found out that Facebook users are more trusting than others. Okay, well, that's great to know, but I'm looking around, I can't find anything about these 48 million people with hearing loss. How many people are using it? I don't know. I think developers don't know, and we become invisible. And I think one of the things we talked about at one point is how can government help us? I would love to see some research. Let's research targeted. What groups of disability users? Who are we? Where are we using it? How are we using it? What could we see improved? I would love to see that kind of research and then get back to developers and say, oh my God, we've missed this market, because we are a market. We buy things and we want to buy things. We want to be part of this. The other piece, I think Andrew alluded to this too, is social media has been wonderful for Hearing Loss Association of America as well. We're a small, nonprofit disability organization. We can't buy zillion-dollar ads on television or even on the internet, or we can't reach out in ways, we don't have the money for that. Social media has provided a way where people find us, where we have interaction with the people we work with. We get feedback, and they love it. We had one person who sent us a note that said, I came across Hearing Loss Association of America on Facebook and love that it helps followers stay informed through stories of people and updates and events being held, and it brought me to your website. And I appreciate the resources you provide for people affected by hearing loss, especially the support on section. It's a section on support and financial assistance. So we know people with hearing loss are using social media. They find us. They find each other, as Andrew was saying, and we know they find each other and talk to each other. We need to let everybody know that there's a great market out there that will help people. Will help each other and will help social media sites grow. But we need to make sure they're accessible, and by that I mean they have text, they have video that supports captions, even if it's not required to have captions, that it supports it, that's readable in action, and maybe even automatic with voice recognition systems, and is user-controlled, and quality sound that is also user-controlled. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. And so next up, we have Chris from the National Federation of the Blind.
Thank you, Mark. I knew we were getting along well, and you proved it. So I am Chris Danielson, and I apologize in advance because you're sort of getting the B team. I would have loved for one of my colleagues that actually works directly on evaluating accessibility to be here today, but we couldn't work that out. So you just get the Director of Public Relations. The good news is that I do know something about social media because, as with my other colleagues on the panel, we are, of course, actively using social media to communicate our message as well, and we're working on how to do that more effectively. So the particular challenges, I'll move straight to the particular challenges that are faced by the blind community. Obviously, non-visual access is a big area of concern about accessibility. And some of those problems of non-visual access are the ones with which we're all familiar. The question of unlabeled buttons and other elements on the website that the text-to-speech screen readers and braille displays that blind people use can't interact with. Another piece of it is the usability question that came up earlier. I was so glad to hear people talking about the difference between accessibility and usability. One of the things that blind people have found is that accessing social media is a lot easier through third-party clients or through the mobile interfaces, either the mobile websites or the mobile apps. And that's because there is, if you go to your home Facebook screen on the web, there is, even with the efforts that Facebook has made to accessibility, there is so much going on that page. And it's not always easy to navigate to what you actually want to look at. So it would be helpful if social media designers were considering things like using elements like headings, and being more thoughtful about where things are placed and whether a screen reader user can navigate to them quickly, as to whether, in terms of designing them, in terms of accessibility. Video is a problem for us. And as well as images, photos, because obviously you've got third-party content that's being uploaded. It is not tagged. It would be great to see, enhancing the ability of people to properly tag their photos. Video can be a problem. Obviously, although we also represent deafblind individuals, but individuals who are just blind can hear the sound of a video but not see the images. The way to handle that is either through video description or just having narration that is sufficient to let blind people know at least what the video's about, if not every single image that's appearing. It's so frustrating to blind people when, you click on a video and there's music, but there's no narration, there's no way to tell what the images and possibly words appearing on the screen are conveying. And so that's a frustration. Another thing I want to say is that, social media outlets, platforms are updating their interfaces all the time. And those interface updates tend to unintentionally break accessibility. So those of you who find it frustrating that Facebook keeps changing the way that things look on Facebook, imagine how frustrating we find it, because those changes tend to break the accessibility that we still had. And that does happen with mobile apps as well. Now, Twitter is very popular in the blind community because it's text-based. We are a little worried because we're hearing that everybody's had the experience of you're wanting to comment on a tweet, you're wanting to retweet something and also comment on it, and you're running up against that 140-character limit. One of the things that Twitter has proposed to deal with that is saying, okay, let's have an image of the original tweet. Is that going to be accessible to blind people? That's something that we're concerned about. Twitter is like the rest of social media for us, easily accessed through third-party apps, but we don't believe that third-party apps are the ultimate solution. It's great that we have Easy Chirp and Chicken Nugget and all of these different apps out there that are designed to be accessible and designed to access Twitter, but we don't believe that's the ultimate solution. And I have to say, LinkedIn was getting a lot of love earlier. Hi, LinkedIn guy. And deservedly so. It does have a very accessible website. It does not have a very accessible mobile app, at least on iOS. So it's the exception to the rule. And I hear that LinkedIn is actively working on that, but that's a frustration that I personally have had with LinkedIn because the mobile app just doesn't seem to work that well with VoiceOver on the iPhone, at least. The other concern that we have, obviously, there are plenty of non-visual concerns, but security measures. We hear that Facebook is considering as one security measure where you authenticate who you are by recognizing photos of your friends. Yeah, and that's not something that's going to work for those of us who are blind. So those are some of the things that we are very concerned about. I mean, the good news is that blind people are very active on social media, but it would be nice if there were more accessibility built in. I had a colleague describe the Facebook web interface to me as a hot mess last week, and I think that's largely still the case, and we have similar concerns about the Twitter web interface. I know Twitter is doing stuff with keyboard shortcuts and so forth, but again, and it's also the usability piece as well as the accessibility piece that is concerning. So those are the points that I would like to lay out for you.
Thank you, Chris. And what's interesting is you had me, who is low vision, and so watching this clock that's supposed to tell me when it's time for to move on to the next speaker, which I can barely see based on this angle, and Chris, who the clock wasn't necessarily working for either. So we went over a little bit on time. So I apologize to our other panelists there, but I thought it was really great information. So thank you, Chris. Sorry about that. No, don't even worry about it. And last up, we have Patrick Coakley, who is Vice President of the Lead On Network.
Right. Ooh. Wave at the tech guy. All right, here we go. Good morning, everyone. My name is Patrick Coakley, and I believe I'm probably from the youngest organization here, which is fun, even being younger than ASAN. Wow. I know, it's awesome. The Lead On Network is an organization that really takes its vision from the idea that we need to create a cadre of leaders in the disability community that have a certain set of knowledge and a certain connection to our community. A good leader needs to be able to know sort of what's going on in almost every facet of the disability community, and we really wanted to find a way to create the resources that a good leader would need, networks and information. And we started off with our first product, which was called the Lead On Update, which was basically an aggregator. We almost think of it like the Huffington Post for the disability community, that was collects all of the disability-related news, information, stories that happen either on the internet or sort of in the disability world. And as we were doing this, we realized that we wanted there to be more of an open playing field. Disability is so important, and yet each of us represents such unique constituencies. We wanted to make sure that there was always an even playing field, a middle ground, where all of us could come and meet and share information. We know that is something that is key to all of our own individual constituency groups. There's no way I would ever insinuate that we don't want to share. However, sometimes our particular interests make it so that we will be very specific on particular topics, on ideas, and we want to make a place where it was very easy to get information. A good example of this would be, if you read an article 2 weeks ago that talked about disability, it might be posted on one website or on a Facebook page, but where would it be after that? If you wanted to go find it following, those 2 weeks, how could you find it? And we believe that the Lead On Update is one of the great resources for that, because we basically keep almost everything related to disability. In doing that, we have had to do some very broad outreach to individuals with disabilities in order to not only make sure that they can get the information, but more importantly, so that we can hear the disability voice and have it reflected on our website as well. And in doing that, we've actually participated in several social campaigns in order to either reach out to the disability community or share information with the broader disability community as a whole. Alice Wong, who we mentioned in the first panel, we actually work with her on her disability visibility project in order to make sure the word gets out on basically people sharing their stories about individuals with disabilities. But what I wanted to do today is to share with you some of the lessons learned that we have collected as we have been doing sort of these broad-reaching campaigns, and some of the hurdles that we've run into, especially as they related to reaching out to people with disabilities. The first one is one I think we've heard already several times today, which is always going to be accessibility. And we've had to approach this in a couple of interesting ways. The best is when we design our outreach and our videos and any pieces that we're going to use, we have to think very critically about the platforms that we use to reach out to people. Each of the platforms, such as Facebook, LinkedIn, Tumblr, YouTube, We can name plenty more. They each have specific pros and cons related to accessibility. And if we're going to do really quality outreach to people with disabilities that uses as much new social media as possible, we have to be aware of those shortcomings and we have to plan for them accordingly. Using multiple platforms can be difficult, but it also gives us a little bit of redundancy that's really important. So if you have a video that's posted on YouTube that isn't captioned, then perhaps you also do a story about that video on your personal site. If you have postings that go up on Facebook, maybe you also then cross-post onto Tumblr or onto other social media platforms that are out there. We also saw that we had the opportunity to create a bit of a culture shift as it relates to social media too. There's the idea out there that when a new social media platform comes along and it has accessibility issues, that you just can't use it at all. And instead, what we prefer to do is to say, no, if we're going to use platforms, we are going to use them to the height of their accessibility. So when we post on YouTube, for instance, we don't post videos that are not captioned. When we provide pictures or text for any sites that we use, be they cross posts on Facebook, our own site, like I mentioned before, Tumblr, Google+, we make sure that everything is tagged. And if it's not done so, we prefer to then create a unique post about the event on our own site rather than send individuals in our community to things that aren't accessible. And we do that in order to sort of create the idea that, yes, we should be using these platforms, we should share as much knowledge as possible, but we should also have a backup, a redundancy, where as many people can still get the information as they possibly can. And now in doing that, we have to have partners. One of the real ways that you can get over the accessibility hurdle is to make sure that you have friends and allies also talking about your stories and your issues, so that when an issue shows up in the deaf community, I have a colleague that can help me with ASL, because I don't speak ASL, to make sure that we can get that information into other formats that we can then share with as many people as possible. Those networks are a really big part of our work, especially being part of a cross-disability panel. Since we can't specifically focus on sort of one set of issues, we have to sort of work on all of them. And one last thing I'd like to say sort of about that is that, you know, in creating any good social media plan, be it outreach, be it discussion about one particular policy, your partners, friends, and allies are the most important. For the majority of the first couple panels, I was listening and live tweeting to the hashtag so that we could share. While I'm talking right now, my colleague is watching the live stream and hashtagging what we're sharing right now. And it goes, we often tweet with ASAN, we often tweet with NAD, and it's because in doing that and building the coalition, we are able to make the disability voice even more powerful and more important. So I'll just stop there, and I look forward to any of the questions that you guys have.
Great. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you to all the panelists for your introductory remarks. At this point, we want to hand it off to the audience for questions. And while we're waiting for the first question or two to surface from the audience, and for folks at home, you can submit questions as well. I will start with a couple of questions. So from AAPD's perspective, and I didn't mention this at the beginning, that I run the American Association of People with Disabilities, which is the nation's largest cross-disability organization. And one of the things we are really focused on is movement building and engaging more people with disabilities and our allies in the fight for equality for people with disabilities. Do you believe, and anyone can answer this question, that accessibility makes it more difficult for people with disabilities to organize, or lack thereof, compared to other constituency groups that might be doing organizing work online?
I'll go ahead.
I think it's been our it's been our experience that accessibility is often an issue on the ground. Making sure that we're in places that everybody can physically get to, where no one, just all the issues that come up. And so for us, and especially again because the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network has a lot of people with social communication difficulties or people who can't access oral speech, online organizing has actually greatly increased the amount of people we can engage and the amount of things we can do. And that's mostly been our findings.
Right. And what I would say is that, accessibility is sort of one of the issues that we all have to deal with, but one of the exciting things about the internet is one of the same things that's exciting about the disability community. It's often about coalition building, and specifically about bringing certain networks of people together that have never had the opportunity to speak before. And in doing that with any of the campaigns that we've created, accessibility alone has never shut down any of the opportunities for communication. Everyone is always open, and the good thing about accessibility is it often gives us something to really, not just to talk about, but something to really address. When the accessibility issue comes up, it normally gives us an inroad with a particular community. We get to address it, and then suddenly we have that knowledge base to continue whatever issue we're pushing forward. So it is a hurdle, but it's in no way a barrier. How about that?
I would say I agree with the idea that social media really is a strong tool for coalition building. I know that my organization does a lot more work and a lot more campaigns with other organizations through social media. Now, we are the National Federation of the Blind. We have always been cautious about speaking for people with other disabilities because that's not our area of expertise, and sometimes that's translated into people feeling like that we isolate ourselves a little bit from the rest of the disability community. I think working through social media and also more aggressively reaching out in non-virtual reality, otherwise known as reality, we are dealing with that, and it's been a privilege to work with so many other groups on social media campaigns about issues that we're all concerned about sub-minimum wages, the CRPD, all of those things. So I think that it really is an opportunity for different communities to come together to the extent that we have common interests that we all need to be working on.
This is, again, Julia from ASN, and I wanted to add on to that point. I think the most successful advocacy campaign ASN has ever done was with NFB. It was on social media, and it was about sub-minimum wage and Goodwill. It was the Goodwill petition, and we got results that we absolutely could not have gotten if we were going door to door on this issue. So in a lot of ways, it's been very empowering, I think.
Yes, and this is Andrew speaking for the deaf and hard of hearing community. A lot of social media is text-based, and that has been a huge benefit to our community to be able to communicate with each other and also to communicate with hearing people through social media. One thing I would like to add that's very interesting is that recently we've been seeing deaf and hard of hearing people within different countries throughout the world using social media to connect with each other. Because honestly, we can do a pretty good job of communicating with International Sign Language, which is a language that includes a lot of gestures, and it can be understood by a lot of people throughout the world. So we do share information through social media in International Sign Language. And some of you may know what happened with the sign language interpreter that happened with Mandela's memorial service. That really sparked the deaf community to come together internationally and push for more awareness about the needs of qualified, skilled interpreters throughout our community.
Thank you. And so are there questions from the audience?
Good morning. Thank you for your insight on the social media use with the disability community. I'm Tangela Richardson with the Social Security Administration. How are you finding it to be with federal agencies in using social media? Do you find federal agencies like my agency, Social Security, helping the disability community to engage more effectively using social media on various social media platforms?
I can tell you, since the federal sector is one of the areas that we tend to pull our information from, it is. How about this? Let me start this way. I think there is a misconception that in order to create a great social media campaign, that it just comes off the cuff or that it all happens in the moment. There is an equal amount of flexibility that comes with social media campaigns and the use to engage people with disabilities, but there's also an equal amount of planning that is also involved to have a very good, competent campaign. I think the ASAN Goodwill collaboration is a good example of that. Now, what that means is we often see a spectrum. There are some organizations that are always tweeting, always sort of on their talking points, and then there are other organizations that sort of take it a little bit slower and use sort of a more deliberate approach. From what we see, the federal agencies tend to move a little bit slower. That's not a surprise. That's how the outreach has always tended to work. However, I can say that especially for the Twitter feed, specifically for questions and answers, I've seen, in monitoring our Twitter feeds, I've seen conversations take place even with SSA. I think it was with the Ticket to Work, actually, Twitter feed for a little while, was very functional. There's obviously, when we think about, the best social media campaigns, I don't think the federal government is normally going to be high on the list. Again, not a surprise to much of anyone. But it is nice to know that they're out there and participating.
Social media has been a great way to share information with the deaf and hard of hearing community, especially when you generate information that is targeted for our community so that we can share it with each other through Facebook. For example, with the IRS, the SSA, and the FCC, there are a lot of videos on their website that are presented in American Sign Language. I see my friends and my colleagues on social media sharing those videos presented in ASL, and we would like to see more of that. And also, some of the federal agencies don't always caption their videos. We would like to see more, better access in terms of captioned videos.
This is Lisa Hamlin. I would second that, and I would also say that some agencies are just better at it than others, and I think Patrick is on target. Some are more aware of what's going on, and I think that what the barrier for us is the accessibility piece, or the fact that if you have a video out and there's an agency-wide understanding that they should all be captioned, for example, then that makes it accessible. Then when you use social media, it becomes part of the culture, part of the thinking of how you're going to present it. And that's some agencies. CDC is another one that's done really well with that. So it's a matter of who's in the agency and trying to nurture the accessibility piece.
I guess in some ways it also goes back to that standardization conversation from the first panel. I'm not sure that you're going to be able to standardize the internet. I mean, that's just sort of not how it works. It's a very fluid place. But what we could standardize instead are our perceptions and ideas about how the internet can be used. And I think the federal agencies might have a better idea at getting that thinking out there rather than some of the other outlets.
Great, thank you. Next question from the audience.
Hi, my name is Stacy Branham. I am a researcher at UMBC. I study accessible technologies. And I'd like to ask the panel to reflect on the trade-offs and challenges of various approaches to making social media more accessible. So, for example, of actually sort of lobbying these companies to make their interfaces more accessible, trying to get into the design room. And on the other hand, creating a way for people with disabilities to become the makers themselves, to learn how to program computers, to learn how to make the hardware, and become developers in those companies. We heard one of the speakers earlier this morning talk about the problem as being one of getting the right people in the room together. Maybe the problem is getting the right people in the right room together. So, thank you.
Great question.
This is Lisa. I think it's what you point out is not just the right people, but getting people with disabilities as developers of social media is a huge thing, and I did hear somebody earlier this morning talk about that. It's just makes a difference because people, to me, it's a natural thing. You work with your own perception of how you see the world. So if you bring in people with disabilities in the development stage, then other people can bounce off ideas. I think that's hugely important. It should be part of the process.
I think there has to be people with disabilities working on the development side, obviously, and we want to see, and part of that has to do with making the programs that train developers, including university programs, more accessible themselves to blind people who are wanting to pursue those careers. There's plenty of blind people who do, and other people with disabilities. So I think that's a component of it, because we see that the education sector, like the social media sector, is another area where accessibility is a challenge. But more than that, I think we need to see other developers actually trained in accessibility. There are very few schools where you learn technology development that actually have course offerings that deal with accessibility. This is just not built into the DNA of the system that trains developers and programmers, and that's something that really needs to be addressed. So we need more people with disabilities involved, both from not just on the developer side either, but from the consumer side, because again, you can develop something that meets all the technical specifications for accessibility, but you get down to whether, I'm not particularly technologically savvy, and if I can use the interface that you've set up, then that really says something. And so many times we see a breakdown where something has been developed, but it's never been tested using people with disabilities. And we're not built into the testing phase either. Most entities do not go out and say, we actively want people with disabilities as part of our beta testing, as part of our rolling out of this pilot project. So that needs to change.
Hi, I'm Sujata from the IRS. So that is the point I wanted to make. We always use users with 80 users for testing our applications. And talking about standardization of internet, the WCAG 2.0, which is part of the 508 refresh, it's like 10,000 pages. It has every possible code examples for accessible development for developers, and it's going to be with what they were talking about, DOJ making all even commercial websites should be accessible in the future. They are trying to pass a law. So the WCAG 2.0 should be the Bible for developers. It has every possible sample code for accessible development.
Thank you. Julia, you were going to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to reinforce a couple of points, one of which is the in order to have more developers with disabilities, you need students with disabilities to have access to high-quality, inclusive education. If you're in a segregated environment from the time you're like 5 years old, you're not going to have the resources you need to go to college and then go into one of the development programs. The other two things I wanted to emphasize were we've gotten a little bit of mileage, and I think this is probably one of the more successful approaches of framing accessibility as a part of user-friendliness, especially because we do a lot around cognitive accessibility, and so that's not just for autistic people, it's for the aging population, it's for people with a wide variety of other cognitive disabilities, and it just makes things faster and more fluent, I think the previous panel was talking about.
Great. And then we have a question from Twitter. Could one of you please explain how graphics or text on video do not compensate or replace captioning?
Oh, gracious. Read it one more time, please, Mark.
Happy to do that. Could one of you please explain how graphics or text on video do not compensate or replace captioning?
Well, if I was going to... Oh, yeah, go ahead, Andrew. No.
I'm happy to answer that question. If I understand your question correctly, there are a lot of situations where we can see videos that are posted on the internet that have no captions, but they might have a transcript below, or they could have some summary involved, or they could have some kind of graphic to indicate what the video is about. And that's not equivalent access, because when we're watching the video, we get to actually see what's happening in the video, and we also get the auditory information at the same time. So if you have someone explaining how, they're building a house, you have the captions where you can see them actually putting the post up and explaining what tools they're using. If I only had the transcript below, then I would have no idea what anything would look like. I wouldn't be able to get the picture, the full picture. I would get the information. I would not be able to get the information, the auditory information and the visual information at the same time. So that's one thing that we need to emphasize with NAD, that we've talked about our videos, that hearing people can watch our videos and get the visual information, and there are also captions for what we're signing as well. So that's a very good question.
Can I just add, Andrew implied this, but the other piece is it's verbatim. It's not a summary. I don't want somebody else trying to imagine what it is that I think should be the important information there. I want to know every word that's said. Let me be the person who decides what's important and what's not.
Definitely so. I think another point that also goes in line with this is that there is also a misconception about closed captioning, especially as it relates to the internet, as it relates to YouTube, that it's difficult or time consuming. And I would say yes. Does it take some time? Of course it does. But when you edit videos, you often sit in a room for multiple hours going over the same 3 minutes of footage. Captioning falls very much in line with all of the same production sort of issues that you would do for any other sort of video production. So it's one of those things where we should not take shortcuts on it. We should not believe that stylized text equals captioning. And I can tell you, someone with a visual disability, there are times where a graphic or text image incorporated inside of a video may not be as adequate for me as closed captioning. Exactly. That's the proper color and the proper font size.
Let me just add this, as long as we're talking about that. My vision for the future would be automatic, so voice recognition that really works, so that it would be easy. And it's different. If you're a company, you should put in the time, and whether it's through a professional, you should put in the time and have a professional do it. If you're an individual trying to throw up your own little, puppy video, and you want to do it yourself, that's a different thing. But you should, if it became automatic, if Google's automatic voice really worked, then that, I'm waiting for the day that happens. I'm also waiting for the day when the user can manipulate so that we can get the captions out of the way of whatever you want to see.
Well, and it's funny you mention that, because one of the things that we were excited about with YouTube when they did start doing the automatic captioning was that if you upload your own video and you send it to caption, the automatic captioning will automatically kick in, and then you can go in the back end and basically edit the captioning to be correct and create an accurate captioning file, which is a wonderful thing because it does not take as long as you would think it does. It already sets up a template. The only issue is and that we run into very often, is we will want to share videos that we find that are wonderful, often very well-produced pieces. And, we'll say things like, if you send us the footage, we'll caption it for you. We'd love to share it. But we cannot share videos without captions. And I would love to see Google sort of reach into addressing that idea as well. Maybe some sort of structure to say, if you find an inaccessible video, maybe create some sort of means for people who care about accessibility to help them with it. But that would take some sort of cross-coalition approach to it.
This is Scott Horvath from the USGS. I have a quick question about you. Lisa, you mentioned you don't want somebody interpreting what is said, and I completely agree with you. My question for that, though, is do you also want to see or hear all of the ohs and ahs and ums that are in between all these words when it's being actually closed captioned, or is that something that it's okay to pull out in order to kind of, you're not really summarizing them, you're just going to get rid of those nuances? I mean, do you want to see those or hear those?
Well, it depends. I mean, there's a whole people who do this for a living spend a lot of time saying, okay, what's forward, what's back, what is in the foreground when I'm watching a video. So somebody's walking down the street and there's chatter. Okay, so what is important in bringing up that chatter, the ohs or the ahs that you're talking about? I think it depends on the video. If that person walking down the street in this narrative is impacted by those people, this chatter, or distracted, then you want to know what they're saying. If they're having a sidebar conversation, if they're having somebody's walking with them and that's what you want to hear, then you don't want to. So it really, again, there are people who spend a lot of time, captioners spend a lot of time on just this issue. When is it, those oohs and ahs important, and when should you just say, that's too much information. But I also have to say that there are people, I met somebody at a party who was a hearing person. He said, I can hear perfectly well. I turn on the captioning because, and this was a while ago, when I watch The Sopranos, it gives you information that's not verbal. So it'll say, shaking in the bushes, and then he'll look in the bushes and see that he's been clued in to what's going to happen. So it helps us. It helps people who are with hearing loss who wouldn't have heard that. But it also helps anybody else who wants to hear that information.
I'm not a deaf person or a person with hearing loss, but I would say that as somebody who gets interviewed by the media and spends a lot of time doing that and really has to work on not using and and all of those things, sometimes those iterations, those utterances tell you a lot about a person and how well they're dealing with the subject in hand. It might be very important to know that a politician is stuttering and stammering around a particular issue, because that may tell you something about the politician's grasp of that issue and whether or not he's comfortable dealing with it. So, I would tend to leave things like that in, although the issues that Lisa raises are very important. If it's just background chatter, and there's a similar but different, if that makes any sense, thing that comes with video description, which is what is really important, what is really visually important for the blind person to know, and that is a real issue, because in that instance you really are interpreting. You don't have the words coming out of the person's mouth that you can just transcribe. You're having to really figure out, okay, what is really being focused on here, what is absolutely critical for somebody to know. And we recognize that is a real challenge. And there are blind people who will say, I don't like video description because they always over-describe stuff, and or I don't like it because they never tell me enough. And it really is, that's a challenge that we all face, is how much information is really critical to what's happening. I realize that when I watch a video, I'm never going to get every single nuance that's in it. But I do need to get enough so that I know what the video is about and what it conveyed.
Thank you, Chris. And so we'll take the next question from the audience, and then after that we have another question from Twitter.
I don't know if you all have mentioned Josh Miele's You Describe, which allows for the distributed audio description of YouTube videos, or Amara, which allows for distributed captioning. We have an event at the DC Public Library tomorrow where we'll be using those in a describe/captionathon to allow people to, put captions and audio description on videos. So is that a good idea?
Saturday, not Friday.
If you can find me after the event, I'm really bad at faces, but we would love to promote that on the ASA and social media. We use Amara for most of our captions because we often have to manually caption stuff since no one else does.
Yeah, and we share events and have a calendar on our site as well. We'd love to put that up on our Twitter feed and send it out on all of the internets.
Same here.
I have a question on auto captioning. I'm a video producer and also active within the disabilities community or accessibilities community. And it's kind of problematic. Each of us carries around, most of us have a smartphone, and there are apps that will allow you to train the application so that it will recognize to a high degree that which you're speaking. My thought is you can reduce the audio to text, at which point if someone has the technology that's cost effective or affordable, then you could flow that information, the text, into that collection so that you could then use it to put on the video or film, whatever your medium is, or to just stream it out as text. Do it automatically. Has anyone had experience with that?
I actually read an article about a month ago that was talking about the use of Google Glass with just that idea, the idea of creating a captionable world, where they were using the voice recognition software with the Google Glass, and they were testing it with a person who was deaf to see if it would work. The outcome at that time was that it's an exciting idea, but the technology wasn't quite there yet to make it happen. I think that there is also there's an interesting conversation that we would have to have inside the disability community, even the mainstream community as well, over whether or not a technological solution to that issue alone is worthwhile. Are we letting sort of our society off the hook by not considering better ways to communicate with people who are deaf or hard of hearing by trying to use a technological solution? And there's a little bit of philosophy that could go back and forth on that. I defer to my colleagues in the deaf and hard of hearing community.
I've heard that similar discussion for many years. There are people who I want everything to have description to it. I want every movie, every whatever it is, to have caption or text. So then we have to deal with the realities of cost benefit and the fact that it's not going to happen, at least not today, but it's a goal. But at least today, like I say, I can whip out my little smartphone here and I can go ahead and use a channel, whether it be Twitter or be, say, Google or whatever medium that you prefer or is in common. And that way, people could say, oh, I can't hear what he's saying, but at least I can read the text. And as each of the other players come in, it can have it to where the application would say, oh, okay, give yourself a name that will be used as part of this multi-party discussion, so that there you get the auto caption. It doesn't seem to be that difficult to me. It's just finding people who would like to experiment with it. Well, thank you for letting me share that, and perhaps at the next get-together, I'll be able to hear from many people who say, oh, I tried it, and it's not that difficult.
So the next question comes to us from Twitter.
Andrew here, I'd like to say something.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Andrew, sorry.
Sorry. One of the comments that I want to include from my personal experience is chatting with high-level engineers who are working on auto-captioning, speech recognition, and the quality is just not there yet. It's just not good enough to replace captioning done by professional captioners. even with the auto caption gets 90% of the information of the video, it's still not enough to have complete accessibility. That 10% is quite a bit that we would be missing. I also want to add that we know that some people may seem to have difficulty with captioning a lot of the videos that are out there. But in my experience, a lot of people who have proven us wrong growing up in the 80s. We turned on the TV without captions, and now when you turn on the TV, almost everything has captions. You can see internet videos, TV shows, movies. In college, none of them were captioned back in the day, but now there are so many more captions. So I believe that people are really trying to work hard to get there, and adding captions really is something that we're still focused on now, but the technology is going to be even easier to use in the future. But that's one of the things where we can modify the audio and the video so that we can have beautiful text on the video. I know that we're going to be able to add the captions as well.
Great. And so thank you, Andrew. The next question comes to us from Twitter, and maybe we can go right down the line. What are some ways that local governments can produce more accessible and usable content for constituents with various disabilities? And maybe if you could each give one piece of advice to our friends listening from local governments.
I guess what I would say as a general, and I know that since we've got a number of people from a variety of disability communities, everyone's going to have very specific things. But what we've found is that a lot of access needs overlap. Captions aren't just useful for people who are deaf of hard of hearing, they're also useful for people with auditory processing problems, which includes most of the autistic community, for example. Mobile versions of websites or websites that are more visually accessible help the blind community a lot, and they also are very, very, very helpful for the cognitive disability community to simplify the interface. So it's not as complicated as you might think. Doing one thing for one group will also help several others.
I would say the most important thing is to reach out to the chapters of disability organizations that are in your community to the extent that you have them, and also put together task forces of people with disabilities. Use your mayor's commission or whatever local mechanism that you have to gather people with disabilities and have them let you know how you're doing and how you can improve. And I think another thing that's really important for local governments to think about is to make sure that public transit information is completely accessible to people with disabilities. That is a real area where it's critically important because a lot of us don't drive.
This is Lisa, and I would add to that local emergency information should absolutely always be accessible. And I've seen where I live is in Montgomery County, Maryland, and I've watched as they've improved access on local channels slowly. But the issue, I think, of a local government is looking at trying to make things accessible. Start with emergency information, public transit information, things that really have an impact immediately. And then you can go on to the little city council meetings that maybe not so many people are watching.
Prioritize.
Actually, also with Andrew here. Is the mic working? Andrew, I think it would be a great idea if more of the 911 centers were able to accept text calls as well. I think that that's very important. We need to push the FCC. I think they've done a great job with requiring carriers to support 911 calls. However, we also need local PSAs. Local PSAPs. That was an interpreter error. Local PSAPs to accept those 911 calls as well in text.
And if I can add, that's having the ability to use text for 911 would make a huge impact on the population of people who are nonverbal. That's a huge issue, especially because that population is significantly more vulnerable to abuse and neglect. The ability to contact emergency services is incredibly important.
And then, I mean, every state government has celebrations, festivals, local events, and local stakeholders that they celebrate. Don't think about disability just once a year. I would encourage them to think about disability year-round. Remember, individuals with disabilities are not a phantom group of people. They are part of our day-to-day. They're your family members, friends. They're you, as 1 in 3 Americans is going to acquire a disability. So rather than just think about it once and relegate it to the special shelf, think about ways to serve the community regularly, and then don't hedge on them. If you decide that all of your videos are going to be accessible, make sure all of them are accessible. Don't release anything that is inaccessible, and don't let your contractors push you in other ways.
Great. Thank you, everyone. The next question from the audience?
I have a comment and then a question. The comment is, and I think Lisa made a reference to being able to see things behind the captions. You can't do it if you can't use a mouse, and as usual, the dexterity impaired population's been excluded or left out here, for those of us who don't use a mouse or a keyboard at times. But you can actually click and drag captions to any place on the screen. It's just not well advertised, at least on YouTube. It was kind of one of those unwritten secret tools. Just as you can also add the background by mousing over and clicking the letter B. What I'm wondering is, what are you as organizations doing to address federal agencies that aren't making their social media accessible, that aren't adding captions or adding quality captions or relying on auto captions? And I know that Google thinks their auto captions are good and acceptable, and they're very insulted and they're very non-responsive. They do not respond. Their YouTube program director will not respond to discussions of captioning, and their visionary thinks their auto captions are good and good enough. When videos are embedded from YouTube into Facebook or whatnot, captions aren't carried over. How well are you confronting federal agencies who are obligated to be accessible? What advocacy is happening direct in those areas?
Thank you. Andrew here. Speaking for the National Association for the Deaf, we've been meeting with a lot of federal agencies, and we've been encouraging them to add captions. We've pushed them very hard on that, and I think that there's been some improvement. Some, of course, have not made as much improvement. I know with YouTube we are aware of the ability to move the captions within the screen. However, not every video streaming player has that ability, and we would like to see that. In my experience with NAD, they have a great collaboration with Google and YouTube, and we've been pushing hard to make sure that captions features are modifiable so that you can provide more access that way. In my experience, YouTube, I believe that auto captions should not replace captioning done by everyday people, but it is just a tool to help people when they need it, but it is not a tool to replace human captioning.
ASAN, the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, has a grant right now with ODEP, actually, where we're looking at, that's the Office of Disability Employment Policy in the Department of Labor, where we're looking at online cognitive accessibility. So we've actually been able to be funded to do some research and agitate a little bit there, which has been really helpful.
For all of the pieces that we do at the Lead On Network, we also mobilize a significant number of writers to develop original content. And many of these voices come from multiple areas of the disability community, including people who represent or work in federal government agencies. And what we do for them is we really push the guidelines that we use for them to use in their writing and explain to them very clearly about how our website is set up, why it's accessible, and how it it works, with the idea that if they're going to participate in our forum, that they understand the importance and the reasoning behind the accessibility elements. We have a project coming up next year in order to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the ADA called the 365 Days of the ADA, in which we will be identifying 365 bloggers or more to talk about disability and the importance of the ADA. And in doing that, that's 365 more people that we intend to convert over to not only the values of disability, but understanding the ways in which we have to work using social media and the reasons why that sort of accessibility is key to the disability voice in that area.
Thank you. And I would just add, actually, from AAPD's perspective, that we actually do a lot of work with Google to help make their technologies more accessible. And so this is something that we haven't specifically spoken to them about, but something that we can talk to them about. And I find that they tend to be very receptive to the feedback and the information when things aren't quite working right. So we have time for one more question from the audience.
They've given me the mic, so I guess I'm the next person. My name is Michelle Clark, and I happen to be blind. I have a comment, and then I have a question. My comment is that the thing that irks me the most when I'm watching television is that there'll be a commercial, and it'll say, for more information, see the number that's on the screen. But my question is, I know that in the blind community, that first of all, in the individual communities, how do you reach out to people who have different literacy levels or people who have different skills? Like in the blind community, everyone blind does not read Braille. Everyone blind is not articulate in the social media and things, as articulate as some others are. And we have different levels. So I'm just wondering, how do you deal with people who have different skill levels and people who are new? Like in my case, I've been blind only for 10 years, but I've advanced a whole lot in the 10 years. But there are people who have not. So how do you reach out to those people?
Thank you.
I can say that one of the things we talked about before and really goes in line with this is in doing any social media campaign or outreach, we really focus on the ideas of flexibility as well as planning. So, for instance, if we're going to plan a campaign, it's not just going to go out in Braille. We're going to use multiple stakeholders from all of the different communities to talk to us about, making sure that things are as visually accessible as possible, making sure that we use alt tags. And then more than anything than that, social media is not just the large platforms. It's not just Facebook or Tumblr or Twitter. There's still, blogs, emails, and to a certain extent even digital newsletters. And we use all of those to, provide a big scoop. So maybe you're not going to get our link on Facebook. Maybe you're not going to get it on Twitter, but you might get it in our email or our regular roundup or on our website or our regular blog. So I think what you really have to do is, I think what you've illustrated is something that all of us tend to do, which is that we do have to think very critically about who our stakeholders are, what their needs are, and what their different avenues are for entering into social media.
And if I can add to that, this is Julia from the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network. Speaking as part of the developmental disabilities community, which the autistic community is a part of, there's a lot of concern, honestly, with the expansion of social media because the developmental disabilities community includes a large community with either very low literacy or who don't have access to unsupervised internet access, if that makes sense. And that's a population that's increasingly being missed as we move into a more and more digital world. And it's something that there haven't been a lot of good solutions to at this point, but we are a little bit alarmed at how people move very quickly all of their outreach to social media platforms and forget that there's a large population who, for other structural reasons, don't have access to those platforms yet, even beyond normal accessibility concerns.
I know in the National Federation of the Blind, we've been very concerned about the blind population, and hi Michelle, by the way, that does not yet have access to computers, access to social media. We, for example, have got to remember that our we have our NFB Newsline service, and that service works by telephone and by web and via a mobile app. So we try to include all of the different relevant areas. We've sent out our magazine that we publish each month. When the Library of Congress came out with its digital talking book player, we actually send out thumb drives to people because maybe they can't download it, the audio version. Maybe they actually still need that physical media. So we do try to think about that and make sure that we're reaching everybody. Sometimes you need a phone line. Sometimes you need physical media like a CD or a thumb drive that you can actually send out to people, and that's something that we're very conscious of.
All right. Well, that concludes our panel. I would like to thank each of you for spending time this morning. And we did not get to everyone's questions, so hopefully you can stay around for a few minutes and answer any questions one-on-one. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now take the lunch break. At 12:45, we'll have the demonstration at Tech Center. At 1:30, next panel? Yes. Next, those who need assistance going down the cafeteria, if they can congregate over by the entrance, and we'll have staff getting you downstairs. Thank you all. See you soon. Will everyone please take a seat so we can get started? Working? Okay. Sure. Okay. Thank you all for returning on time. Oh. Wait, Kelly? Okay. With no further ado, panel 3, Sean?
All right. How about now? All right. So thanks, everyone, for coming back. This is the panel on industry perspectives on social media. I am not an industry perspective, and so I will mostly try to share a little bit of my perspective, and I have some slides as well, so as soon as those come up, I can say a little bit more about who I am. But I am an assistant professor at the University of Colorado Boulder, and I've been working in the area of accessible technology, including social media, for a number of years. But my job, mainly as the moderator, will be to introduce these four fine people and then to step back and let them share their experience and their wisdom with us. So as soon as we're ready, we can put my slides up. Is that how that works? All right. Just wanted to say a few things about my perspective and about some of the insights from our research and other research looking at accessibility challenges in accessing social media, more from an academic and from a perspective of human-computer interaction, which is my area of research. All right. I think I already said all this about who I am, but mainly our research. So I was previously at the University of Washington and then at UMBC, and our research has looked at how technologies can impact the everyday lives of people with disabilities throughout all aspects of life and throughout many different types of disabilities. And so there are a few kind of key insights that I wanted to share with this group. And I'll bring them up, and then perhaps they'll come up in the discussion, or if not, they might inspire you to go out and or think about things a little bit differently. And so the first is just to talk a little bit about in our work that's looked at how social interaction online and in other contexts can really help people with varying levels of abilities maintain their independence through different types of tasks. In particular, in my own research, I've looked a lot at mobile technologies and how mobile technologies can be enabling. And one of the things we find is that in addition to all the cool features and apps, we also have the ability of a mobile device to stay connected, to reach out for assistance or to coordination and all those types of things. And that those issues are really quite key to solving problems, many everyday accessibility problems. Another point, and I included links to the papers on the slides, so hopefully if you can see those, and these are archived online, you can go and read some academic papers if you're so inclined. So the first was a paper from our lab looking at mobile technology as an enabling force. The second was actually looking at how people with vision impairments make fashion decisions and learn about fashion, and it turns out that using your social network is often one way to achieve this. So there really is this key in enabling through enabling social connections to also enable access to many other parts of life. The second point I wanted to make, and this came up a bit in the earlier sessions, was that we're seeing changes in how people are interacting through social media online. And in particular, the means in which people are communicating. So moving from primarily text interaction to more and more visual information, including photos, video, cartoons, bit strips, other kinds of things. We're seeing a real explosion where people are taking advantage of the creative possibilities of these technologies. And there are some questions there about how can we translate this media into an appropriate form. And as was discussed earlier, it's not necessarily a matter of straight translation, but to really understand the social context and the purpose of the text. And I just wanted to share a brief slide. This image has 4 images of tactile graphics, and this is from a project that we worked on looking at sharing images from outer space. So these are actually different tactile representations of photographs from the Hubble Space Telescope of a star cluster. And one of the things we found very quickly is we started with a problem of, well, how do we translate this visual information into the tactile form that's going to make sense with people? And after trying that very briefly, we found that actually we really needed something where we could provide multiple perspectives to the information. And it wasn't just about a translation of the image, but understanding the different aspects of the visual information, both understanding diagrammatically how things are laid out, but also the experience of, oh, I'm touching this image that came from outer space, and that's really cool. And so supporting these different aspects of interacting with information. And we see this in visual information, but also in video, sharing audio, and many other aspects of social interaction. And the third and final point I wanted to make was just that since I might be the only representative here from academia today, is that everything we're seeing in industry about having social network and social media access being important to industry and employment, we're also seeing quite a lot of that in education. So I get probably a couple emails a month soliciting some new social media platform for the classroom, for other aspects of research, where students and faculty are really encouraged to get involved in these systems. And so LinkedIn, which we had some representation from earlier today, which is really fantastic, but also more academic-oriented social media like academia.edu, Yammer is something that we use at University of Colorado, and other types of tools that are really becoming increasingly pervasive throughout academia as well. So I just wanted to set up a few of those themes. As I said, maybe we'll come back to them. What I'd like to do now is have the four panelists introduce themselves, and then we'll go to some questions that I've prepared, and hopefully many questions from the audience and from the internet. So the four panelists are Chet Cooper from Ability Magazine, Mark Solomon from AI Squared, Kelby Brick from Brick Advantage, and Susan Mazuri from the U.S. Business Leadership Network. And so we'll just go through, starting with Chet.
Thank you, Sean. And thank you, FCC, for continuing to talk about accessibility and disabilities. It's such an important topic, and it's so diverse. What I thought I'd do today is mention a little bit about some of the things that Ability Magazine is doing. If anyone was in the lab earlier, they saw that one of the things that we're presenting is the Ability Magazine is the first publication to use voice-eye coding on the bottom of its editorial pages. So what that means is that we embed this code on the bottom of the articles, and then you use your smartphone, download a free app, and then with the free app, you scan the code, and then with that code, I won't demonstrate because we only have a few minutes to say a few things. It reads out loud. So if you have dyslexia, reading disabilities, blind, low vision, you can now access the printed version of the magazine via the voice, and it also connects to this is all through the dots that are on the page, all this data. So it reads each page out loud, but also will do in 58 languages. You do need to have the web when you're doing that part of it, but 58 different languages now you can use your smartphone to get the content from Ability. Another thing we want to do, and if you show this quick slide, another way we're dealing with accessibility on our own, kind of accessibility in multimedia, there's going to be a video that will be showing up in 1 second, and with that video, you will see some of the partners that we've created over the years. You can go ahead. So as it loads, and see that they're having some delays in their Wi-Fi. So what's happening on the screen is it's an introduction for Ability Magazine. And then it'll go into the video. Here we go.
To the Sheikh Fatima Vocational Rehabilitation Center in Beit Umar in the West Bank Palestinian Authority.
This center aims to enable and empower the person with disability to have independent economic living, and also to be fully integrated and participated in the Palestinian society.
Sheikha Fatima bint Mubarak, Sheikh Zayed's widow, is a humanitarian known as the...
Okay, actually, it's fine that it's stalled there. We could stop that. So let me tell you what just happened, what we were watching. So there's a little bit of narrative, it's a descriptive narrative that was going on. There was closed captioning. If you notice, the closed captioning was in Spanish. So what we do is we work with an organization that anyone that produces video in this room should use. It's called Amara. It's crowdsourcing, so it uses social media in the connection of allowing people with different language skills to take your version of the captioning that you're going to do, which I hope everyone captions their videos, and have multiple languages. So we just chose to use the captioning in Spanish this time, but we have captioning in many of our videos ranging from Korean to Arabic, multiple languages. And then we use an organization called Vimeo, which we found was the easiest way to do this multi-captioning. We do see some problems with Facebook when we use Facebook and then try to put a video on Facebook through our page. It will show the video, but it loses the caption. So there's some disconnects going on there because they want to embed the video in their sites, and that doesn't give the ability to have the multiple to have closed captioning, let alone in multiple languages. So no one here, I think, is from Facebook today, but that was one of the things we wanted to talk to them about, because I'm sure others are having similar situations with accessibility. And so the other group that we work with is CAPTI, and I know CAPTI has talked here at FCC before. And CAPTI is basically a wonderful program that anyone who has the iPhone should download, and it reads, you just create a playlist, put the websites that you want to listen to, and on the go you play the playlist, and it reads the website out loud. So we've partnered with them that basically you get the whole magazine in different stages, and you just listen as you go, whatever you're doing. If you're working out at a gym or having a discussion with somebody you don't necessarily want to listen to, you can just put your headphones and listen to the web. So anyway, that's us in a nutshell. So I'll pass it over to back to Sean, and John will to Mark. Okay,
Yes.
So here's Mark.
Thank you, Chet. Thank you. Thanks to the FCC for inviting AI Squared to be involved with today's event. This is very exciting to be here and to speak to everyone, both in-house and virtually online. I'd like to ask, I guess I'll start with a quick proposal. We've had some great panels, but one panel that we didn't have is a parenting panel. I'm now a proud father of a little girl named Serena who's 7 months. And thank you. But something I worry about, now that I'm a parent, I worry quite a bit. And I worry about how social media and mobile technology is going to change society. And just earlier today, I saw an individual transfixed, just consumed with their device, and they just bumped into the person right in front of them. So that's one example, and the other is I go to restaurants and I'll see a couple sitting across from each other, and are they talking to each other? Are they engaged? They're each on their own smartphone. Maybe they're tweeting each other, I don't know. Most likely not, but let's just maybe consider that for next time, thinking about not only how to access social media, but societal guidelines to how we can use social media intelligently and not lose the ability to interact with people directly, because I think that's still very important. Okay, so what I'm here to try to talk about is a goal that I think we're all striving for, which is to create a universal accessibility in the different social media platforms. And in addition to that, not just on iOS or not just on Android, but across different platforms. I've been in accessibility for more than a decade now, and I was talking to Chris Danielson from the NFB earlier, and we talked about how we can knock down accessibility barriers. But it seems like every time we knock one down, another one pops up. It's almost like that game of whack-a-mole. You whack one, and then another one pops right back up. But that does not stop us from working hard to continue our effort to do just that. And what I wanted to do today is to share with you some of our experiences creating accessible social media. So if I can please have my slides presented there, if I can, Chet, pass me a little clicker there. A little bit of background. GW Micro is the company that I previously worked for, and we've been developing screen readers for more than 20 years. And during that time, we have had the opportunity to partner with powerful industry players such as Microsoft and IBM and Apple and Adobe and Citrix to help break down accessibility barriers. We've made PDF files accessible. We've given people access to iTunes. Obviously, making Microsoft Office more accessible for folks that are blind or visually impaired, and making remote access an option for people that use screen readers. So these types of industry collaborations are very important, and hopefully they'll continue. And let's go ahead and continue to invite the folks that develop social media platforms to these events and to others in the future, so we can find ways to communicate and collaborate and improve the experience for everyone. Speaking of accessibility barriers and breaking them down, I want to make sure everyone knows that Microsoft partnered up with us in January to make WindowWise, a powerful screen reader, free to anyone that uses Microsoft Office. So hopefully this is going to knock down an economic barrier that might have prevented people from educational and vocational opportunities. So there's information on this slide about that great offer, and hopefully people will be able to take advantage of that. And just a quick logistical note here, GW Micro and AI Squared merged together on May 1st, and that's maybe news to people, so I just want to make sure you're all aware of that. And together, we want to be able to create more solutions, and WindowWise, ZoomText, SiteQues are a few of our tools that we're helping people use to be more successful, and I'd encourage you to learn more about those tools and how they can help people. So specifically, what I want to talk to you today about is a tool we've created called GW Socialize. And this tool is designed to make Facebook easier to use. Some folks earlier today talked about Facebook. It's a great, powerful platform for sharing information, retrieving information. But I think someone described their website. Does anyone remember what they called it? A hot mess. So that's a very politically correct way to call it. But I think a lot of people would agree, whether you're visual or not, that interface can be a bit complex. So we reached out to our customers and to others and asked them what would they like us to do, and they asked us to create an accessible and simple way to use Facebook. And that's exactly what GW Socialize is. It's a Windows-based solution that's low cost, and it's extremely keyboard friendly, and it's screen reader agnostic, meaning that it'll work with any screen reader that you use or any sort of assistive technology that you use. And the question is, well, why did we make it? And this slide just speaks a little bit about some of the frustrations that people have using Facebook. Maybe you're a senior and you don't have a lot of technology background. Maybe you don't own a mobile device and have access to mobile versions of this platform. So just a few ideas of why we wanted to do this for people. And then how do we do it? What we did was we have the knowledge of how to build accessible software. We talked about that earlier, about giving developers the training, whether it's in college during their programming classes or after the fact through maybe an industry, is giving them training on building accessible software. Well, that's something we do very well, and this slide just talks about some of the technical details that went into designing GW Socialize. In a few notes, we use the Facebook Graph API. That's what allows us to communicate with Facebook and retrieve information and present it in an accessible way. So those are just a few details about how we created GW Socialize. And then to finish up here, I just provided a few additional solutions that are out there to help people use social media and other social services in an accessible way. So there's GW Connect, which makes Skype easier to use. There's Chicken Nuggets, and there's Cube. Those are both accessible Twitter clients. And there's also Socializer, which provides access to a number of different platforms. So those are some of the ideas, some of the best practices I wanted to share with the group. And I think that pretty much wraps up my presentation. And I'll go ahead and pass it to my neighbor here, Kelby, to continue.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelby Brick. I'm from Brick Advantage. We're a consulting company, a nonprofit organization. We work with different agencies working on social media strategies and marketing strategies. If you see the title of my PowerPoint here, the title says it's Get Social Stupid. The emphasis is on the word social. We've heard a lot of great information today. People have talked about technology and how to make it accessible. And we can talk about that all day long. There are many intelligent people working on that, as we've seen already. But all of that doesn't matter if the content is not relevant. Social media is named social because it's supposed to be interactive. It's supposed to be engaging. There are many companies and government agencies and organizations that are putting things on social media, but it's only communicating one way. It's supposed to be two-way. It's supposed to be more interactive. Oftentimes, I look at Susan, my colleague, who's sitting right next to me here, as a shining example of how to use social media. Susan is a great example. She's very interactive with people. She provides information. It's accessible. She describes what she's doing, what's happening with her company and outside organizations. And she responds to people. That interaction is vital. Many people who are responsible for managing social media, however, are not privy to what's happening within their own organizations. So they just become deliverers of the messages, but they don't speak intelligibly on that topic, and they're not able to interact. Oftentimes, they're handcuffed on how to respond to people who ask questions and want more information. We need to use social media, and we need to have people who moderate that process have access to all the information and know what's going on so they can be more responsive. Otherwise, it's a waste of time and energy. The next slide says the new radio. It's a picture of a new radio. We used to read the newspaper and listen to the radio, and that was one-way communication. And many people, didn't feel it was relevant. And they still had that still has a role today, but it wasn't interactive. People now are looking at social media to get access to information, to get the details, and to get those quick responses. So now it's become our radio. For people with disabilities, this is important because they can get information that is relevant to their lives. They can go to specific sources that will provide information they need and tie it to their personal lives. When we have mass production, the information often is not relevant to individuals, and sometimes it's overwhelming. There's just too much information. Now I'm going to move on to the next slide. This is a picture that shows different logos of different social media platforms, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and so forth. And then you also see a tidal wave. And we're talking about a tidal wave of information. It's just an overload. Sometimes people want to go to specific sources. Organizations and companies that want to provide information must use different platforms. Some platforms are, meet certain people's needs. Not one size fits all. I just went to a national conference that was designed for people with disabilities. In the beginning of the conference, the organizer stated that they would shut down their Facebook, and all of the conference-related information would be sent through Twitter. Oh, many people were mad. They were upset. Different demographic groups use different kinds of technology and platforms for different reasons. Sometimes it's for comfort. Sometimes it's to fit their accessibility or technology needs. And, if they have forced to use one, they feel trapped. So sometimes if a company shifts to a new platform, they're cutting off people. People feel lost. Now I'm moving to the next slide. It shows a picture. It's a network here. There are different people on the screen. And there's a picture that says Post-it notes. And it says, post everything. Many people put information on LinkedIn, but also we have to think about different platforms. The information should be accessible to all on all platforms. And people rely on the sources that they trust. If they trust the source, then that helps them to filter information and get what's specific to their needs. So when people send out social media, they need to build connections with the communities. Those key people trust the sources. Now let me go back to Susan here again, for example. People follow her on Facebook, on Twitter, because they know Susan. They trust her as a source. They rely on her and her information and her judgment in filtering that information. So that makes it relevant to people's lives. That's what companies and organizations and government agencies need to do. Build those connections with people out there and continue to find what they need and get the information to them. That's what people are relying on. It's not just technology. If you want to make social media open, you need to have it accessible to all people. Make it personal, make it relevant. That will be successful. Okay, with just the technology alone, that's not enough. So let me go back to social, stupid. You must be social.
Not yet.
Just make the request.
Okay, can you put my slide up? So far it looks good to me, but I don't know. You guys have it? Opening slide? Okay.
Almost.
This is the opening slide that talks about the U.S. Business Leadership Network. I'm on the board of directors of that organization, and Jill Houghton, who is executive director, couldn't make it today, so I'm channeling her. Basically, the U.S. Business Leadership Network is a business-to-business organization that tries to promote access by people with disabilities in employment, in engagement, in marketplaces. It's a great organization for companies that are really dedicated around accessibility. It's an opportunity for us to share questions, share best practices, to occasionally, work together on things that are very frustrating for us. And the first slide that I have is making social media accessible. And that's what's called an aspirational slide, because we know we're not there yet. According to Wikipedia, when we look at social media, we're talking about sharing, modifying, connecting through information. It's not just reaching out and showing pictures of grumpy cats, although they are fun. It really is more part of our society day to day. And it's important for us all to understand that it's becoming part of everyday life for most people, and certainly within the business community. So why is it important to people with disabilities? Why is it important to business? Well, for one example, 80% of jobs are never really listed. They're not posted. You're not going to see them. How do people get these jobs? Networking. How do they do it? It's not at your grandmother's water cooler. People are not gathering there. You might, maybe around the coffee pot, I don't know. But definitely not in the way it was done days before. And if these jobs are not being posted formally, then where are we finding out about it? It's through relationships. And these relationships today are often forged in online, in cyberspace. So, for example, I know that Kelby is super dad because his son made him wear an orange hat, which he carefully described on one of the photographs. Now, I'm a parent, you're a parent, we connect at some level. Even though professionally I may respect him, there's a connection that's stronger. And because of that contact, if I'm thinking about something that I think, I want somebody who's reliable or responsible or can connect with children, like, say speaking at my daughter's school about deaf culture, who came to mind? It was Kelby. Those relationships really in the long form, if you're not playing golf, and I don't play golf, and if you're not, a sports fanatic, in certain things, you may be connecting more online and through a variety of sources. Now, if those online sources aren't accessible, then you are like outside of the club, and that can be problematic. I'll push it forward for this. So businesses share critical information. They broadcast it. They advertise. They get customer feedback, which is really important. And they also recruit their employees. They learn about them in some cases. They interview with them. They find out information about who the person is before offering the job. And in some cases, like with LinkedIn, there may be a direct online application process. So you can do all that you want to make your site accessible for an application or applicant. But if you're using these other tools and the tools are not accessible, then you are unwittingly limiting your pool of applicants. And businesses need the best people. Doesn't matter whether they have a disability or not. We want to know who the best people are, and we want to get them in our doors and find out, are they a good fit for our company? And if our doors are closed in a virtual environment, then it's not going to work. So what I tend to say is that social media is now the virtual built environment, which means while many of us don't necessarily think of access to these, Facebook or Twitter or whatever the platform you're using as a meeting room or space, it really is. And just as you would not want to hold an interview in a third floor office with no elevator, you don't want to have the same thing going on with your virtual sites. And so people will argue, they will say, well, people can use these other tools to get access, that's the way to go. But the same thing could be said for access to a building. You could bring your own ramp. It's just not really practical. And so we have to be more systematic on how we're doing. Right now, we're very happy to have the tools that are out there. So I don't want to act like I'm dissing what's happening. That, in some cases, is the best we can do. But as businesses, as an industry, we need to do better. Today, we're using a lot of mobile tools. We're using real-time collaboration. We're training sites using social media. And we're having idea generation and participation. If those things are not accessible, we're losing a lot. If you're doing collaborative things, you have a SharePoint type of thing, or you're using things like Google Docs, whether you're doing editing or real-time changes. I mean, one of the things that changed with Google Docs is you can go back to earlier versions, which makes a huge difference, because if somebody else has just changed your document and they did a really bad job, you may want to see what happened and you may want to go back. Things that seem like they're what you would take for granted if you don't have a disability can be critical in how you move forward in your company. If you can't access what's being shown on the screen, if you can't understand the display because it's all graphic, or if it's all sound, it doesn't work. On the other hand, these tools are being used so much today, you can't just throw them out. You can't just say, we're not going to do anything online anymore because it's not fully accessible. So that's where collaboration really becomes critical. And for an inclusive environment, you have to provide that access. So what are some of the challenges today? One of the things is really understanding the difference between accessible and usable when you're purchasing a product. Every product that's pitched to you is going to be just about said to be accessible, and what that means may be very different from what it really performs at. Because you can label buttons. You can do things that make a site appear to be accessible, but it may still not be usable. And it can be for a person who's blind, a person with cognitive challenges, a person who is deaf. There are a range of things. And we don't really have a good way of doing a quick tool to say this is really accessible and usable. And we need to understand that better. So we don't have those technical standards. It's not like you can say you want a 9-volt battery. It's a lot more complex than that. We also know that the technology changes. So you may choose LinkedIn. I'm not picking on you guys. Because it's incredibly accessible. It's the best one out there, but it is possible that they'll come up with an update that is not. And that's true for anything else. Facebook may be accessible one day, but if they're requiring you to recognize faces as part of the authentication process, it's not going to work. And that's not always in control of the end user. Another thing is finding the people who have expertise. People who really understand the usability part of accessibility, and people who understand the issues around things like caption quality, which are absolutely critical. And finding businesses that are disability-owned, like Kelby, who would have more expertise in certain areas than someone who just comes in with a technical background. And trying to find those connections can be a challenge, or finding which ones that we work with. When we do have disability-owned business enterprises in USBLN, and so that is a resource if you're looking for that. But having that engagement of people with disabilities. Funding sources for these projects are difficult to find. We have a one-off approach for accessibility. We call it reasonable accommodation, and it may be done 100 times for 100 deaf people. They may each have an interpreter in one room, in their room at their time. It's not cost effective. It's not good for business, and it's not necessarily good for the individual user because, maybe they want to participate in a call at 3 in the morning and the interpreter is not available. Maybe they want to work using, reviewing videos and they're not captioned. That one-off approach used to work, but that was back in the old days, not in the world that's going on 24/7. It's global and it's online. We also face the issue of having things that are user-generated. So people are developing documents, and the tools they're using may not have default settings that make them accessible. Or if they do, it may not be clear enough. So it might say label something, but if you label it orange button, which I have been in business and we did do, it's not helpful. And so we need to make sure that when we're developing tools that allow users to generate content, that you're saying in that process, how do you want to caption this video? What tools do you want to use, or would you use these captioning tools so that when you're generating it, you know that it's important and that you can do it easily. And finally, one of the issues that we have is that there's an idea that there's a competition between security and accessibility, and that anytime there's a security issue, making something more accessible is going to make it less secure, and that's simply not true. Security is important. You can't eliminate it. But there are tools that can be used that are, say, less of a gotcha than a CAPTCHA. And so, that provide access, but we have to be modifying these things and not just make assumptions based on old standards for that security. And I'm probably going over my time, and I apologize. But, oops, I forgot to move my slide forward. This is the problem. Are we in the opportunity slide? Yeah. Okay, good.
We can move on to questions soon.
Okay, just really quickly, we're going to have more opportunities. We are going to, because with 503 and 501, we are going to see more people in the workplace, and that's part of the issue that we're facing. If we purchase select equipment and services that are accessible, that can make a difference. And using more automated tools, automated things can help as long as we're thoughtful about it.
All right. So that was wonderful. Thanks, everyone, for sharing some of your background. I'd like to jump right into questions. So we take questions both from the audience and also from email and from Twitter. And we'll actually start with an email question. So this is a question for Kelby. The question was, can you explain what your company does and how it benefits the deaf interpreter community? And tell us a little bit about that.
What we do is we work with a variety of groups. We work with private companies, nonprofit organizations, and government agencies. And among the services that we provide is that we give them media and marketing strategies. We don't do the frontline work. We work with them behind the scenes. We analyze their tactics, their technology to make sure they're accessible and that their content is relevant. And we help them to develop confidence within their staff so that their staff can be engaged with their consumers, their audience. We work with them to provide strategies and training and to fine-tune their messaging. Many people have the tools and they have the technology, but they're not using it appropriately or effectively. So we help them to close the deal, so to speak, in helping them accomplish what they want to accomplish.
Okay, great. Do we have any questions from the audience? All right. So I'll go, actually, this is a question that Kelby suggested for the panel. So maybe we could just go one by one. And it was, so what are some of the failures and frustrations that you've encountered in trying to connect consumers or other people with products, information, and services? And if anyone has a great example they're excited to share, we can start with that.
Okay. Sorry. Do you want to go, Susan? No. I mentioned it earlier. If you're saying failures?
Failures, frustrations, challenges.
When I was born, no. I was going to go way back. I had mentioned earlier the Facebook in being one of the giants in social media. The way they are working at the moment, because they have got a lot of great things, but specifically with the video component, that they want to control that. By them controlling it, it doesn't allow for the accessibility that a lot of organizations have available to work with their videos in the closed captioning that I mentioned earlier. So that, I think, is one of the areas of frustration that we've been trying to work with other groups as well, that provide that we let everyone know that these services are available for more accessibility, but it seems like they have other things that are working that we don't know behind the scenes what is going on and who's controlling for whatever reasons. There seems to be a disconnect between the needs of many and what are perceived by the corporate leadership in their needs. So I just wanted to share with everyone a little bit of how it's so difficult to deal with accessibility for everyone. And so when Susan was talking, you noticed that you were going over. Your internal clock was saying that. But in front of us is a clock that your audience can't see this, but we all have a clock that's sitting there that says we're all given 6 minutes to present what we do. And so this little red light came on, basically saying your 6 minutes is up. But because she couldn't see the clock, that clock's function wasn't quite working. So if people were to create a clock like that for other speakers, there would have been something else needed, a vibration system or something like that. So there's always these little quirks, things that come up that people forget about as ways to access information.
Yeah. This is Susan, and the greatest challenge that I have, or frustration, is putting things in place that are systematically effective. And that's one of the reasons the work that folks like Kelby do really becomes important. We have a policy that our videos are captioned. Well, you get someone who's trying to meet a deadline at midnight and says, Google Captions, or, whatever, we're going to use this, and then not proofread. You can have something that's frankly embarrassing. The same is true for finding, we're trying to put things in place that are accessible in terms of sharing documents, files, online meetings. And frankly, when you talk to the vendors, they will say their sites are accessible. But the reality is, we haven't found one that's out of the box usable for someone who's blind, for example. And I suspect that's true for people with mobility or dexterity issues and other things. We can do patches, which we've done, but there's not a lot that's commercially marketed that is truly accessible and usable out of the box and has the functions that are needed to share documents in a very dynamic environment where you have video and you have sound and you have people raising hands and taking turns and speaking. So you want to be able to use all these things. It's really nice to know if you're on a call what someone is saying through text. It's really nice to know who's speaking. It's nice to know all these things, but the reality is it makes it very difficult for people who are working in collaborative environments in business today to compete with peers that don't have disabilities. And it's very hard for companies who want to do the right thing to do the right thing.
I remember dealing with a company that was producing some good material, but they weren't connecting with their audience. So I came in and did an assessment, and their marketing team was locked in by the vice president of marketing and their attorney, who wanted to proofread and approve everything before it was sent out. Social media doesn't work that way. If you send the wrong message, you shouldn't worry about it hurting the company. So I worked with them to develop a policy. I'm a lawyer by training, so I get it. I understand that we do, as lawyers, want to control every word and every message. However, social media is a different animal. We must recognize that. So we develop guidelines to empower the people who have the access to social media to get the information. We establish a framework, how to release the information, engage with the community within that framework. That's when they started connecting with their audience. So it's a new ball game for attorneys and also for marketing and sales executives. So we've worked on that. And that's where a failure can transition into a successful example.
Okay, great. I know we had an audience question on the back.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Marshall from the Department of Defense. The question that I had about industry is I know that for federal government we have Section 508 standards that kind of guide the principles of how media or information technology is to be built. So looking at industry, and we talk about academia, what would be the Common Core basic standards for industry to build to the accessibility requirements? Is there, I know we have WCAG, but is there something specific that is unified that if you were to go into academia and have the people that trained to build to accessibility standards, what would be the best practices that would be adapted outside of Section 508, because that only applies for federal government?
So I'll just answer very briefly from the academic side, which is in our classes, we definitely try to touch upon the principles and draw from whatever criteria are most appropriate in a time. Often that's the WCAG because it's well specified and is often used, and Section 508 as well. But I think beyond that, having the skills to understand, well, what is the actual problem and how to work with stakeholders, work with users to actually understand those problems. So if the panel wants to add to how they address these issues.
I would say that for businesses, if they are a business that has brick and mortar facility, then they have to really look at their website and accessibility in that way, and that to some extent the tools. I mean, I think a lot of the way things are done provide redundancy, and that redundancy probably gives some legal cover. It would be helpful if the Department of Justice perhaps moved a little bit faster, let me put it that way, so there's clarity. But I think that from a business perspective, certainly there is market, you're reaching more people if you have that access, but it's very hard to get the tools to measure it. And frankly, what happens in business is that if you can't demonstrate your increase in market and tie it to specific accessibility, which is a very hard thing to do, that it doesn't get the priority.
And I'll just add that WCAG is a very important set of guidelines. But I think we want to go back to developers and teaching them best practices, because when they don't gain those skills, they're going to come out and create inaccessible software. We got to start from the source. So I think it's a matter of understanding what platforms they're developing in and exposing them to the accessibility techniques within those platforms. I'm kind of curious, Sean, at UC, if accessibility is a course, if it's integrated. I know when I went through computer science, it certainly was not brought up, and it certainly should be, and I think we should all try to work together towards that goal, make that a resolution to try to communicate with more universities to incorporate that.
Yeah, and I think it really varies, but we've heard the perspective a few times today already that accessibility should just be part of the common sense practice that everyone does right throughout the course. So it's everything we make should be accessible and usable, and I think there's a lot of work to be done in that area to really make it more pervasive across engineering education, design education, usability education, the people who are actually developing these systems.
And I think one of the greatest challenges is really an attitudinal barrier, that people don't get as outraged when it's lack of access to a virtual world as they would to a building. I mean, you really do hear people say, well, if you do this and this and this and this, and you add this screen reader, and you do this, and you dance around backwards twice, then you really can get in and it's accessible. But they would never say, build yourself a ramp, bring one with you to a building. And it's not because they're terrible people, it's just the culture hasn't shifted enough. And so I think there's also that softer cultural shift that has to take place as well, where we're outraged when things don't happen, where people get upset. Unfortunately right now, a lot of the changes are complaint driven. And that's unfortunate because you can do so much more if you work cooperatively.
I would just like to add as well that we were trying to have dinner at Georgetown recently, and several of the restaurants had steps into the restaurants. And we're thinking, after all these years with the ADA, how can this happen? So we asked one of the owners of the restaurants, so why don't you have a ramp? And his response was, well, people don't come in here. Well, I said, maybe there's an issue with not having a ramp. And then I said, it's actually very cheap. You just have this one major step here, and you could get a ramp easy enough. Just use it when you need it. Well, nobody's asking for it. And he said, we're in Georgetown, and it's grandfathered in, and we don't need to do anything about accessibility. So, and we travel all around the world, and we keep hearing this about grandfather clauses in about accessibility. So it's also the demand. So the more we demand, like you're saying, you wouldn't expect that per se to bring a ramp with you, but the same thing on the web and social media. If we don't continue to demand that we need more accessibility, and to where it gets down to the root of the people, the architects building the building, as well as the architects, if you will, designing websites, and whether it's mobile apps. We're building a mobile app right now, and the person working with us, his daughter has severe CP, and he's creating this incredible program that is revolutionizing the way you can access information because of her. We asked him, does he build accessibility into the apps that he does? That's his business. He said, I've never thought of that. So there's this disconnect between your real life and what you're doing and then the real world that's really needed. So since he's been working with us, he's never going to build an app after this point of not having accessibility built into the app. But it's this constant education, and so we need our voices continually heard in all aspects. And if you see something that, or hear something that, or experience something that is off, then you've got to make that, you've got to speak up.
And part of that also is making sure that the allies are there, so that the agencies that are purchasing software are not individually just patching, or the companies are not just patching, but are demanding more, because often in the case, the big contracts or the big motivators are in the hands of not the individual consumers, but the massive buyers. So if agencies actually have a 508 coordinator and actually have someone who is making sure that the contracts are in place, and actually have people with disabilities employed, and they have a process for testing it, not by just some genius who happens to work in a company, but real users, that makes a difference. Those allies are absolutely critical.
All right, so unfortunately we're out of time, but if you have questions, I really encourage you to follow up with the panel, and I just want to thank everyone for their contributions. It was really great. Thank you.
Okay, we'll have 1 minute stretching time while we change for panel 4. Okay. All right, please have their seat. Okay. Okay, good. All right. Panel 4, the last panel of the day. Jennifer?
Thank you. I am deeply honored and feel not quite up to par, given the rest of the panel and the speakers today, to moderate this, but I am deeply honored to be here. I'm Jennifer Smith. I work with Danya International. We are a government contractor. I work out of the Atlanta office, and we work for the Centers for Disease Control and help with a lot of marketing and social media with them. My panel, we've got Jessie Beach from Acquia. Jessie's technology career started in linguistic research. She shifted to UX design and later landed in front-end development. She's a senior front-end developer at Backupify, a core contributor to the Drupal project, and a principal architect of Quail Accessibility Testing Framework. She channels her energies into building solid, beautiful, and accessible tools for front-end developers. And whenever possible, Jessie staunchly advocates for diversity and inclusion in technology. We've got Andrew Kirkpatrick. Andrew is Group Project Manager for Accessibility at Adobe. His team attends to accessibility issues with product teams across the Adobe product line and works with customers and standards groups, including representing Adobe on the accessibility-focused committees at FCC, the United States Access Board, the W3C Accessibility Working Groups. Currently, Andrew is serving as co-chair of the W3C's Web Content Accessibility Guidelines Working Group, the WCAG Working Group. In addition, he and his team define Adobe's overall strategy for accessibility. Andrew does blog about accessibility, and he tweets at Adobe Access. And then Andrew, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher your last name. I didn't get. Okay, Chris Marzik. Yes, we've got two Andrew K's. He's the Director of Learning and Development at GovLoop, the leading knowledge network for public sector professionals. Over the past 5 years, he's helped the GovLoop community grow to 150,000 members, launched a government-wide mentors program, authored dozens of guides and blogs, and delivered scores of training sessions on social media, government careers, generational diversity, and telework for national and international audiences. He's now working on projects at the cutting edge of virtual events and learning in government. And finally, last but not least, we have Seth Bravin. Seth is a strategy and solutions manager with the IBM Human Ability and Accessibility Center and is focused on bringing accessibility solutions to market in the healthcare and government industries. The organization is a recognized world leader in creating technology and business solutions to improve access to information for people with disabilities, the aging population, or people with no to low literacy. Seth? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I will slow down. I apologize. Seth has testified before the U.S. Senate about higher education and employment for people with disabilities. He received his bachelor's degree from Gallaudet University, where he also taught at their Leadership Institute for several summers and hosted several technology camps for deaf and hard of hearing high school students. So thank you, panelists, today. I don't believe anybody had any official slides to share, so we were going to go ahead and just kind of start with some questions. I had some to get started while we wait for the Twitter feed and the email questions to come through, and while our audience members kind of formulate their questions. One of the first things I was going to say is that accessibility may be routine for many people, may be something that we talk shop about. We kind of, if you pardon the expression, preach to the choir. A lot of us are here because we are involved in accessibility, we deeply care about it, but how do we get this message out beyond us? How do we get people who might be in their shop and maybe they're in that marketing department and they post to the Twitter profile or they post to Facebook, or maybe they're just in charge of publications? How do we get them to care about accessibility and then convince their leaderships that accessibility is something important that we need to work on and develop policies around, procedures around as a business? Does anybody feel like they want to take that one?
I'm happy to talk about it.
Okay.
I would love to be able to say that there is a specific formula that if you follow it, you will realize results as far as accessibility goes. But of course, that's not really the way that it works. I think that it's very important to be, flexible when you're trying to convince people about accessibility, because sometimes people will be convinced by, the right thing to do argument, and other times people are going to be, you need to make sure that you're considering the potential expansion of your market. Or in some cases, it's, having customers who care enough about accessibility themselves that they're willing to put the screws to the other company related to their products and saying they're not going to buy something unless it really supports accessibility in a robust way. So I think that there's really not a one way fits all approach. And I think that it's important to recognize that there's multiple tools in that toolkit in order to help make that argument. There is a lot going on in the standards and policy arena right now that will provide some pretty significant levers, and I think a lot of these have come into play of late because there hasn't been as much progress in accessibility as we would all like to see. Of note certainly has been mentioned, the Department of Justice. If the Department of Justice comes out with a very clear connection between the Americans with Disability Act and public-facing websites, that's going to provide a tremendous incentive to people to make sure that their sites comply with the standards that are defined there. So there's definitely a lot going on in the policy arena. I discourage people from leaning too heavily on just, you better because there's going to be a law someday and then you'll really be in trouble. That doesn't work on my 14-year-old daughter. It's not going to work on a company either. But keeping in mind all the different things is my advice.
Two quick ideas on this. You may have heard in my bio that I did some training on generational diversity over the years. And so one thing that's striking is that if you're trying to make the business case, a sizable portion of our population is moving into an area of their life where they will begin to have waning abilities. We'll have senior citizens who will have needs for more accessible design in their experience online. So that's the first thing, that there's just a huge target population, a huge target audience out there. So if you're looking for a market, you have one. Number two is just this notion that how do we globalize accessibility? And one way that I was thinking about that in preparation for today is that we are all in a state of continuous distraction. And that state of continuous distraction is essentially a state of disability, I think, for all of us. We are moving too fast. We are reading while we're driving. We are looking at things too quickly. And I think accessible design benefits everyone, particularly in a fast-moving environment in which we live these days.
The question that we have to ask ourselves, what is the business case for accessibility? Often we look at the history with accessibility and we have to look at the mainstream benefits. It helps everyone. We use captioning as an example, and if you've heard me state this in the past, captioning was invented for people with hearing loss back in the 1980s for television. Now we see it everywhere, restaurants and airports. I have 3 young children, and they're hearing, but they rely on captioning, and it really contributes to their language development. Now we look at websites. More and more videos are posted on websites, and not many of them were captions. So now we're going back to the question, what is the business case for captioning? Captioning can be viewed as a secondary benefit, and then let's look at the primary benefits. It's a benefit for everyone. It's indexing, it's data mining, searching. So it's really is helpful for everyone.
Well said. I think we're at the beginning of this very, very long road ahead of us, and we're all taking these steps forward, and I think all of us working together and continuing conversations like this is a very important part of moving forward on this conversation and on this topic. Moving on while we wait for more questions, do your companies have staff responsible for accessibility? Obviously you do, that's why you're here. But in general, for things like websites or social media, are these staff, are they technical staff? Are they IT? Or are they communication staff? Are they working together? Because I've seen a disconnect. There's rules like 508, there's WCAG, and there's technical people in charge of making those happen, but then there's communicators out there creating the content, and it seems there's often a gap in them connecting and making those connections so that it can connect with audiences that need accessible content.
Yeah, I guess I'll speak to that one. So Acquia is a company that supports an open source product called Drupal. And that product is the results of the effort of people who come from diverse backgrounds. So we have developers, we have accessibility experts. And we also have rules in place that require us to build accessible components and accessible tools, in addition to creating secure tools and tools that solve basic use cases of content management. So from the open source world, we don't really have dedicated individuals. We have individuals that are highly motivated to get this open source software to be as accessible as possible. Yeah, let's leave it at that.
Yeah, so at Adobe, I'm in charge of a small dedicated team that focuses on accessibility, but we would all make the argument that everyone at Adobe is responsible for accessibility. I'd like to also tell you that everyone is, doing everything that they possibly can, but that's part of our team's job is to help get us closer to that situation. Our team, in addition to participating in standards organizations efforts, we also develop and provide training for other people within the company. So, in the last year, we've trained an additional 600 to 700 people on accessibility within Adobe. So with a company of 11,000 people, that over time, certainly adds up. But, our goal is to make sure that everyone is able to do things related to accessibility in an effective way.
At GovLoop, we don't have individuals who are dedicated to accessibility, but I'm very proud of our parent company, GovDelivery, who they have a digital communication marketing platform. Many agencies use that to manage their digital communications, everything from email to social media as it's communicated to citizens. And each year they do third-party testing with a group called the Women Collective, WECO, and then they end up with a voluntary product accessibility template that they're able to then map their development requirements for the coming year against that. And so I know that they do that, and so I'm sure that there are a couple people who take the point on engaging in that activity each year, but then that obviously informs the activities of the entire development team.
I'm part of IBM's Human Ability and Accessibility Center. It's under IBM's research division. We have a corporate function. We have two missions. First of all, we work with other parts of IBM software and services. Their consultant arm. We work with the sales office to ensure that our products and solutions are fully accessible. We have government solutions, educational solutions, and healthcare. Each area is different. With our second mission, we have a team which is in Austin, Texas, and several research labs throughout the world in different countries, Brazil and India, for example, to come up with accessible technologies for the marketplace. We also have a partnership with some universities throughout the world to really understand the market demands and challenges. Our model has evolved. Right now, we're working in collaboration with other parts of the company and with other key constituencies. Yeah.
And I just wanted to add one additional thing, that a number of the organizations that are present here today have come together also and recognized that there is a need for more people to understand about accessibility. This is something that Susan spoke about in the last panel, that we've heard about in other panels, that there's just not enough people who know how to deal with accessibility in effective ways. And so there actually is a group of over 30 companies that have come together to form a new organization called IAAP, the International Association of Accessibility Professionals. And I think here today, AI Squared, SSB, BART Group, IBM, NFB, and Adobe, are among those companies that are founding members for this organization. And this organization's goals are, to try and promote knowledge of accessibility and to try and professionalize knowledge of accessibility, so that someone who's interested in getting into accessibility can find training, and we're moving toward a certification model for individuals and also training models for organizations as well. So it's still a new organization, but it's got some great potential to help make sure that there's, not just accessibility work that's happening at Adobe and at IBM and at, other individual companies, but that we're working together to create something that can have a larger impact.
A lot of companies have accessibility policies in place or 508 rules, guidelines that they have to adhere to. How has social media changed those? Now that everyone is creating content and everyone is posting online, has social media changed those rules for your business, for your communications department, or do you feel like those are still lagging behind at a lot of organizations?
So I think for us, what it's done is it's made us focus on the tools as well as the output. So looking at WCAG, but also ATAG, which is the accessibility guidelines that cover the production or the tools that produce content. And for something like a content management system, when we look at something like a field, making sure that a field is accessible, but not just any single field, but every field across the entire system. So someone who's creating a form doesn't even have to think about the underlying code. They just have to think about the label they're going to put on it, and then the type of field that they want, a text field or a text area. But it also has us in the Drupal community looking at the third-party applications that we bring into our system. So we decided to bake into Drupal the CK Editor plugin, which does WYSIWYG, or what you see is what you get editing of content. And we've been working with that team over in Poland to make sure that they're also focused on accessibility, so that when we pull in third-party systems, we can make sure that it meets the sort of the guidelines that we've set for ourselves. So we've really started to take a hard look at those tools and to contribute back upstream. We built a system for configuring CK Editor within Drupal that then went and influenced CK Editor's own system for configuration within these tools. So for us, it's really become a hard look at production as well.
I would say for Adobe, as far as what has the attention to social media, what has that attention to social media done as far as impacting our standards and what we set out as our goals for accessibility, I would say that it hasn't affected it at all. The requirements that we have for accessibility currently under Section 508, are not as strong as what exists for WCAG 2.0, but if all the social media sites that we were talking about actually paid attention to Section 508, we would be in a far better situation than we are now. So there's not new standards that are really needed as much as attention to standards at all. Different sites have made progress, and I haven't done studies to say which ones are better or worse, but a social media site where people are collaborating with each other on is still, it's a form. It's an interaction forum where people are posting text or images or videos, and we have standards currently that address these, and WCAG has a new look at those that's a little bit more robust than the current 508. But really what's needed is the education piece and for people to actually do the work to pay attention to the standards. So I would agree with what Jesse said in that, it does complicate the picture so that you're looking at more different pieces and different angles to that. But, it hasn't changed the underlying need to address the standards.
As a social network for government employees, heretofore GovLoop has been on a platform called Ning, which was sort of an out-of-the-box solution that we used. It was free at the time when Steve created GovLoop as essentially a hobby. But now that we're a full-fledged company about 5 years into this thing, we realize we're not going anywhere, and so we are just a few weeks away from migration to WordPress, where we can control our own destiny a bit more. We're also pleased to see that WordPress has a team dedicated to making its platform more accessible. And so we're using responsive design as we consider its development. So we're excited about that. Also, we're building an entirely new platform that will be a social learning platform. Think Coursera for government or Khan Academy for government. And so as we're making decisions about the tools that we'll use to publish that content, we're looking at Adobe Captivate because we think that will be the best tool. So we're taking into account 508 compliance and accessibility issues. If we're going to post a video, we want to make sure that it has closed captioning. If we have audio of any kind, we want to make sure that it has a transcript so that there's a full-fledged social learning experience that accommodates all potential participants in the learning environment.
Our IBM CEO, her name is Ginny Romney. A couple of years ago, she interviewed with Fortune magazine. And she said that culture has to be a number one asset for IBM and all organizations. We're a global company, and more companies have a global presence. So I think the challenge is, how do we ensure that the employees, our stakeholders, and our consumers stay engaged and connected? I work with people in India and China who have different time shifts. So that's a challenge that we see more often. People work from home remotely. They're working 24/7. IBM is developing a social collaboration platform. It's called Connections. Facebook. It's really, think about Facebook, but in a business sense. The nice thing about this is that the designers here at IBM are disabled. They have they're involved from the beginning of the cycle, and they ensure that there's full accessibility with all of the standards. For example, the keyboard navigation. Then working with the screen reader. And we established that internally, and we're bringing that best practice out there externally as well.
I think a lot of you have touched on how your organizations are working to improve accessibility. Do you see a role that government can play in helping achieve greater success toward this measure?
I guess my answer would be to leverage the tools that have been built already and not to try to reinvent or to grow things in-house. I'm really excited to hear that you'll be working with WordPress. I've sort of in back channels, the Drupal teams and the WordPress team, jQuery, we're all chatting and talking about best practices and sharing ideas. So for the developers, I think down in the ground, for a lot of us, our individual product or projects aren't as important as getting the right answers. And sharing code is something that we just do. It's part of our behavior. So keeping things secret or closed in and sort of developing them and then selling them to the world is not really part of our DNA. So I would really like to see government take advantage of any best practices that are out there and use these open source products as much as possible, because they're only going to get better over time. There are people invested in making sure that these open source platforms out there are always improving.
I think we're clearly in a situation where there's policy requirements for accessibility, whether that's the CVAA from the FCC or Section 508 or the Department of Transportation's accessibility standard that they have. So I think the best thing right now, given that I'm sure some people in business would say, don't regulate what we do at all, and all will be fine. I think what I would say that would be most helpful is if we could have clear harmonization of what the standards are, so that the requirements are not differing. And I think we're moving in that direction, so that we will have that at some point. But at this point, there's still some confusion because there's lags and delays in getting new standards released, where everyone in the industry is waiting for the new Section 508 everyone in the industry is watching to see what is going to happen with the Department of Justice. And at some level, it would be nice just to know when things, are the way that they're going to be, so that we could start working in earnest toward addressing those standards, knowing what they are. Because sometimes that's a barrier within a company. If you say, this is going to be the standard in a year, trust me, that's not as effective. So having those actually be released and defined clearly would be helpful.
I think you had Justin Herman from GSA this morning, if I saw the agenda correctly. And so I think they're doing a really good job over there at Digital Gov and Digital Gov University with the webinars that they offer, the blogging that they do, the toolkit that they released last year, the Federal Social Media Accessibility Toolkit, which I'm sure he mentioned. Being here today in support of this event, I think all of those things go a long way to both educating and advocating on behalf of accessibility in federal government. And then on the state and local level, I've been part of an organization called the National Association of Government Web Professionals. And at their event each year, they have at least a keynote and then several breakout sessions that include education and training around creating more accessible websites. So I think on a couple different levels of government, there are associations that are doing a good job of educating folks who are building essentially the web experience for citizens and other stakeholders.
And the Department of Labor this past March released Section 503, which is not a requirement, but it's a hiring goal for government contractors. They want them to employ 7% of their people having disabilities. So if you're a federal contractor like IBM, we have a long history of employing people with disabilities. Our first blind employee was hired back in 1914. My father, who was deaf, worked at IBM for 25 years. So there are some federal contractors who face that challenge. But they have to make sure that their products and their solutions and their tools in the workplace are fully accessible for the employees with disabilities.
And we had a question from an earlier panel, but it does kind of apply here and lead into the question I was going to ask next. The question from earlier was, are there ways to determine how much of your audience is using assistive technologies to access your content? But that leads into my question, what methods does your company use to engage individuals with disabilities to learn more about what works and what doesn't work for their needs? So how do you know, as a business, who your audience is with disabilities? How do you reach out to them? How do you engage them?
So in the open source communities, we have thousands of people contributing code all the time. Of that is a subset of folks who have varying abilities. We have a few developers from around the world who are disabled in particular ways, who are also helping us write code, so it's really nice to get their perspective on the types of tools that they want to build and also want to use. For us, it's really more about casting an extremely wide net in terms of diversity just because that just creates a better product overall. And within that net, we capture folks who have varying interests in terms of whether they want to test or to build or to just provide feedback. So for us, it's never really been, in the Drupal world, it's never been a problem of finding people who can help us with these things. We do, I think, struggle a little bit with finding developers who know what they're doing. So understanding a guideline is extremely difficult. I've been writing a testing framework for accessibility for the past year and a half. Going through WCAG 2 from the top to the bottom and trying to write tests that will automatically determine if a web page passes or fails to some degree. And I would say that working on these specifications, reading them for over a year and a half, I still don't have what I consider to be a great grasp on what exactly they want me to do as a developer. So I find it a little disingenuous for me to expect anyone else to have that grasp as well. It's the reason that as a developer and within my small community, we're trying to build tools that automate that process so that developers don't have to understand the entirety of a specification to then produce accessible components, or that we just build them once and then people use them again. I have a little secret: developers are extremely lazy. And it's funny, right? Because we're up until midnight and 2 in the morning writing code. It's because we hate to do anything twice. So the minute we have to do something twice, we automate it. And the third time we do it, it's already going to happen. So for us, building tools and trying to make sure that people who come into our project start from the best place of knowledge that the previous people below them or before them had is the way that we push the project forward.
In terms of the first part of the question, as far as how do we know who's using our products, I mean, we don't have any way to accurately programmatically determine whether someone who's interacting with our website or with a product is someone who's using a screen reader or who's relying on screen magnification or zoom features. So it's all basically around self-identification. I mean, Adobe has a wide Adobe network as far as within our help forums, within the interactions that my team has with different national disability organizations. So it's a combination of we reach out to individuals, and sometimes the individuals come talk to us. I think for our accessibility team, part of it is being available. We have a Twitter presence, we have a blog, we have an email address so that people can contact us. They can ask us questions, and sometimes it takes more time than we would like it to in a given week. But generally, it's worth it because we learn more about what our customers need specifically, and we can work to address those and represent those to the product teams. So it's a combination.
I mentioned earlier that our parent company, GovDelivery, leverages the good work of the Wehrman Collective, which is actually people with disabilities. Probably many of you are aware of this. I'm just learning about some of this myself. But people with disabilities actually engaged in that. They're certified testers. And so since they'll be doing that already with the digital marketing cloud of GovDelivery, I'm hoping that we'll be able to submit our own new platforms to that same level of scrutiny.
Resource groups at IBM, and we have one resource group, employees with disabilities. Any new product or solution that's for the workplace, we reach out to the employees with disability group. They're throughout the world. We ask them to be, to do some testing. We involve, HR and all these different offices so that we can develop a roadmap. We've been very active in social media. We have our own website, ibm.com/able, and we're very active in different channels, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. So we do share your stories too, not just our stories.
Jesse, you had mentioned automated tools that you're trying to build them. A lot of us know that automated tools aren't the end-all, be-all for testing for accessibility. Can you all speak to what tools your organizations use to help test for accessibility while you're developing, or some shortcuts, some guidelines, some things that kind of help move things beyond just this giant list of checkboxes of things to do that might seem murky to new developers or something?
Yeah, so the framework I mentioned is called Quail, Quail, like the bird, Quail.js. It's a project that was started about 5 years ago, born in PHP, and then it's been redeveloped in JavaScript. I've been working with the Dutch government for the past 8 months to render Quail into a system that can run automatically on a daily basis against all of their websites throughout the entire country, to give them a sense of what issues exist on their pages so that they can then prioritize those issues and figure out what to work on first. Like you mentioned, automated testing is never going to be a 100% solution for accessibility, but we do believe that we can eliminate the 60 or 70% of issues that are machine testable let you know if a problem exists or not, and if it's green, ignore it. Another thing about developers is they love green boards. So this is a testing board, and if everything is green, they don't have to worry about it. And if they put in some code that makes it not green, then they have to fix it. So one of my goals is to get to the point where developers working on a project cannot commit code to that project if it breaks the existing level of accessibility. And then there's some percentage of untestable or partially testable pieces of the guidelines that we're also bringing to the attention of someone who's in charge of understanding these things. So saying, like, maybe the text in this paragraph is a little complicated and could be reworded. Other than that, the tools that I use on a daily basis include a screen reader. So I use the VoiceOver in Mac. As I'm doing visual development, I'm also doing auditory development at the same time. I've personally just gotten in the habit of switching to the screen reader really quickly and working through them. It took about 2 weeks to get used to the controls, but after that, it felt pretty natural. So I just make sure that I never leave that sort of testing to the end, and I've trained myself to even consider it just part of what building an interface is. I mean, an interface is access to information, and I try to get my fellow developers to understand that as well, that the visual representation of data is not the data itself. It's like mistaking the map for the land, that underneath is the information, and that our job is to get that out to people in any form that they find it the most appropriate at that time.
Let me pause and say that was a highly technical question. If you guys don't have experience to that, feel free to pass on that one, and we can move on to the next one.
Yeah, well, I think when we're doing development, we're using a lot of similar tools where there's various different automated tool systems that we've used with different projects. But I think one of the other things that we do a lot of to try and help automate and ensure greater success is through more rigorous development work on the frameworks that we work on with our tools, so that as we have developers who are building web applications and they're all looking to have a consistently a user interface that looks the same, that behaves the same, that users will have a familiar experience with. So we do a lot of work to make sure that the common component set is accessible. So a lot of work on that in advance helps make sure that when a developer drops something in, that they don't need to go and test all the different attributes and the roles that are being expressed and how it interacts with the keyboard as much. It still needs to be tested, but they're starting from a point where it's not broken. Whereas if they start from nothing, then they've got to build it up from scratch. So that's just one other way that we minimize the effort.
Could I interject really quickly just to build on that? I think it's really important to train your designers as well to understand that the components that are provided by clients, like the form elements from a browser, are really good. And they don't have to always go and make a checkbox look like something that it isn't, and do all sorts of crazy magic to get some sort of visual presentation that doesn't use those basic components. So I think as much as possible, if you can have your developers and your managers sort of train your designers to understand that it doesn't need to look unique all the time, and that the common components that you get out of something like a framework are really good to start with.
Since I'm not a technical person, I will have ceded my time to the senator from Acquia.
I'm not a technical person either. We use enterprise compliance systems. It's an automated system, but you're right. It still requires some manual testing. IBM brand products, we have a long history. We have a good track record. Our challenge are the acquisitions. We have acquired over 100 software companies over the past 5 years. Many of them are small companies, and their products are not accessible. So we have a rigorous process. As soon as we acquire them, we ensure that we have a roadmap to address the gaps that we have found before that goes out into the marketplace.
Okay, we have one question from email, and then I'll go to the audience for questions. Can anyone speak to how social media can help employers comply with the latest Section 503 regulations to recruit, retain, hire persons with disabilities?
I mean, I think that's just generally good marketing tactics, which would be to find your target audience and go there and actively recruit them. I'm not sure that there's much more to it than that, and I'm sure it's not too hard to find those groups of people in a pretty simple search.
Thank you. Audience questions. There's one over here and one there.
Give it a second.
No.
Try this.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Michelle Clark again. One of the things I'm always talking about, what's my pet peeve, one of my problems is that if I go to this particular product, it's you use this keystroke, and then I go to another product, it's a different set of keystrokes, and then if I go to another product, it's way to the left, then it's way to the right. What thought is given to a more of a standardized way to get people to help people understand your products? I'm imagining faster, or to make them more comfortable with that curve that is associated with learning the difference from product to product to product to product. And let's answer that piece of it. Oh, I have the second one. I'm sorry. I want to ask the lady from who's representing IBM. You all do, when you say IBM, when you say connection, is that the same as IBM Connect? And if that is, I'd like to know, maybe I'll be able to speak to you, if I could get some type of user guide or something to use that, because I know in the agency in which I work, we're having some difficulty as blind people with using IBM Connect.
So I can respond to the keyboard access portion. So as far as standardized keystrokes between applications, there's certainly a number of challenges there. I know that at Adobe we try and use the same code to work on all different platforms at some level, but of course the different platforms have different keystrokes that they work with as well. So just starting from there, there's a challenge. With a lot more interfaces being web-based, there's a lot more promise for a more shared set of keyboard shortcuts that can be used. There's been a lot of work through a group that started out with AOL years ago with an activity called the DHTML Style Guide, and one of the main focuses of that group was to define what are the appropriate keystrokes for different user interface controls that you would have on a website. You can find a lot of this information in the ARIA specification from the W3C as well. So there is a lot of information now, and I want to say that it's getting better. There's plenty of data probably to suggest otherwise. But I think that the underpinnings for it getting better are there. That said, people will always come up with new and interesting user interface elements, whether they're necessary or not. Developers will continue to do that. Designers will force developers to if the developers don't do it on their own. And sometimes they come up with the challenge of, okay, now I have a set of tabs, and not only is there a checkbox by each tab, but there's also a drop down within each tab. And how do we make this work in a keyboard interaction model? And sometimes, you start tripping over yourself because you've created something that's complex enough. And you hope that at some point in the design, someone says, all right, let's step it back a notch so we can make sure this works as smoothly as possible. But of course, that doesn't always happen. As far as the question about IBM Connect, I'm wondering if you mean Adobe Connect. No. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, then I'll turn it over to Seth.
I'm happy to talk with you. I'll be around after the panel discussion, so let's talk one-on-one.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
This gentleman had a question over here.
Am I too close to that? I'll move over here because I think there was some feedback. So this is Jonathan Avila from SSB Bar Group. I didn't hear anybody talk about CVA and the advanced communication services requirements that apply to service providers. And it's my understanding those would apply to features such as chat in Facebook, email, any real-time communication, including peer-to-peer networks. Could everybody speak to that? And is anybody pushing, or have you heard customers bringing that up as an issue?
Yes, I've heard of it. It's true. It hasn't been as much of a focus for the work that I do. But yeah, it's definitely another aspect of the CVAA. I think most of what I tend to hear about the CVAA tends to do with captioning at this point. But certainly the advanced communication services is a big part of that law as well.
We have a question from him, and then there's questions over here as well.
The lady behind me, she was asking a question about being able to have more or less a universal interface. It goes to the question of keyboard mapping. And, of course, each developer or each owner of the process, they might say, oh, I want to do it my way because I thought it up and it's great. Well, that's wonderful, but it may be annoying as can be to the end user. So that puts the onus on having a developers group, whether they have to either be paid or have some sort of a process so that people like the end user can say, here, I'd like to be able to take this design keyboard layout and this design and my preference is, and they define it in measurable terms. Does anything like that exist currently?
Well, I think the thing that's closest to that has been this group that I talked about, that was coming up with the keyboard mappings for the different UI controls. And, I think you're right. I mean, there are lots of challenges there. And, you remind me of another one, too, is that, of course, that, people using different assistive technologies have different keyboard shortcuts as well. And those tools have different keyboard shortcuts because they feel that there's benefits to their way of doing it. And then they have groups of users that become accustomed to those keystrokes, and a developer who doesn't know anything about the assistive technologies has to avoid certain keystrokes as well that they're not aware of. So, it really is a big challenge. So I think that's why. If people ask me about what keystrokes should we be using for a custom combo box that we're making or a custom accordion that we're making, I'm definitely pointing them to the ARIA spec. I'm pointing them to the style guide so that they're not going off and saying, I think it'd be a great idea to use the H and the M key to navigate this thing. So it's I'm not sure that what we have is perfect, but I think it's getting better.
One of the things that I've learned when we're talking about developers is that the cultural dimension of it is that there's developers and they have their culture, and then there's everybody else. People who are coming at accessibility and are advocates of accessibility are usually not from the developer culture. And I think when you get to actual implementation, a lot of communication problems arise and a lot of misunderstandings occur that make it very difficult to achieve the end result. This got talked about a little bit earlier today about the need for people with disabilities who are developers, the need for people who really understand accessibility to be developers. From my experience, that's when things can really happen that are great. And so I'm just curious if any of you have either best practices to talk about in terms of what your companies may have done to increase the number of people who fit into that, what I'm afraid is a group that is just much too small, and what can be done to increase the number of developers who also really understand accessibility, coming at it from wherever they do.
Yeah, I think there's two answers to that. The first is, if you can't bring the horse to the water, bring the water to the horse. Use tools that are out there that are already built correctly. So use WordPress, use Drupal, use Bootstrap, use these component systems that have been built and are constantly being improved. So when you need a Dropbox or a tab system or a button navigation, you just copy and paste. And you don't have to worry about all the various ARIA roles and their quirks in different assistive technologies. If you're building something new that can't be covered by those existing systems, then I think it really comes down to pushing this idea that you're not building a website, you're building access to information. And I think you need to convince your developers, if you're the only one on the team that cares about this sort of thing, play to the egos of the people around you and tell them that they're not building the best thing possible if 10% of the people getting to it can't access it. And there's a bit of competitiveness among us developers. If you want to tell someone they're not doing it as well as they can, they're going to step up. Other than that, I agree, it's really hard. And the resources out there are not fantastic. If you're not digging through the code of things that have been built already and looking at best practices, I regularly go into Google applications and look at their HTML to see what Sean Laureate is building lately, and to see what kind of clever things they've come up with for different components. I think you just have to build in that curiosity and desire into your team, and to just not ship things that aren't accessible. It's a tough choice to make, but I push for it on my teams.
We've got 2 minutes left, and I think we only have time for one more question to the gentleman in the back.
Through the day, we've heard people when talking about using assistive technology for testing, we've heard about screen readers. And the world of assistive technology is not limited to screen readers. And I haven't brought the numbers to play. My disability is more common than your disability, but I think that's what it's coming to, is that even without wounded warriors, people who use speech recognition software constitute a much larger community or population than is given respect or acknowledgement to. And no testing is done with speech recognition software. And we still hear, well, if it works with JAWS, it'll work with Dragon Naturally Speaking, which I think is a bogus claim. If I can't see alt text, I can't push a button, and I can sit there for days repeating what I think the button is, but if I don't know the alt text or what the command line is, I will never advance from one page to the next or hit that executable because I don't know what to click using Dragon Naturally Speaking. How do we get the culture to change that the disability community, if there is such a, quote, community, and the developer community, the accessibility community, acknowledge the reality of the diversity that we claim to appreciate because we don't. We test with screen readers, and only screen readers, and some screen readers, whether it's 508 or WCAG or commercial or federal. It doesn't happen. I can't tell you how many applications I can't use except in pain because I have to physically do it and put my speech recognition software aside. is there anybody that does testing consistently with a diverse representation of people with disabilities in mind? I came today planning to keep my mouth shut, but I just had to. Couldn't anymore. Thanks.
I think adding your voice to the conversation is a very important one to keep reminding people, because there's a lot of information out there that's on the web and that people go to on the web. And so because screen readers have always gotten the most press, maybe, or the most attention, and that stuff is on the web, then maybe that's why people just keep going back to it. But I think continuing to remind people, and don't hold your voice back. I mean, this is a conversation. That's why we're all here. This is a dialogue to keep things going and to keep things marching forward. So I think that's the only way we can continue to improve it, is to say, don't forget about me. I'm here. This physically hurts me. I don't know what you guys have to say about that, but we are out of time if you want to add to that real quickly.
One quick final thought. One other hat that I wear is I'm the co-captain for the Code for Durham Brigade. It's part of Code for America, and they have brigades all over the country. And there are these hack groups and hack nights happening, and there are developers who want to solve really interesting problems. And so you said maybe you can't bring the horse to water, but you can bring the water to the horse. So I would say look for where those hack nights are happening, bring your challenges, educate the developers, and I think they'd find these challenges fascinating and they'd want to help you solve them.
Okay, I think we are out of time. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and I think there's more speakers.
Thank you very much. Okay. As was mentioned earlier today, we have a very active disability rights office here in the FCC. Susie Rosen-Singleton, attorney in the office, is going to make some remarks.
Hello, everyone. I know it's a long day, so I'm going to keep it short and sweet. We have a free words from the DRO office that we'd like to depart with. As we have learned from these dynamic speakers, panelists, and demos today, because of the CVAA, we have seen and will continue to see increasing accessibility in telecommunications and advanced communication services and equipment, as well as video programming on television and online and on the devices that receive playback or record these programs. The FCC is working diligently to ensure social media accessibility to the extent we can. In brief, to the extent that social media outlets provide voice communications or electronic messaging services, let's say, for example, chat, text messaging, instant messaging, and email functions, these advanced communication services and the equipment used to develop these services must be accessible to and usable by individuals with disabilities under the CVAA, which we implement here at the FCC. Thank you for your input about social media accessibility today. If you'd like to subscribe to get emails about the latest FCC disability-related news, please send an email to accessinfo@fcc.gov. The FCC also makes available for your convenience the Accessibility Clearinghouse, videos in American Sign Language, the ASL Consumer Support Line, and much more. More information is available at the FCC's Disability Office webpage at www.fcc.gov. Thank you for coming.
Possible President for Jamal Mazrui, who's Deputy Director of the ANI Initiative, which sponsors this event.
Okay, thanks. My name's Jamal Mazrui. I want to thank everybody for coming. This has been a wonderful day packed with information. I'll summarize just a few of the key points that I recall, but there are many more. First, I want to make sure that you all know some ways of following up on some of the activities that were mentioned today on the event page for this event. And probably the easiest way is to just Google FCC accessing social media. You can also go to fcc.gov/events, and you'll find the event listed. On that page are some key links. The term that we've been using as an abbreviation, ACSOC Media, ACCSOC MEDIA, is the first part of an email address if you want to follow up with us, acsocmedia@fcc.gov, on anything related to this event. For example, if you want to follow up with any of the panelists or exhibitors and are having trouble finding their contact information, feel free to get in touch with us. If you'd like to continue the conversation on Twitter, ACSOC Media is the hashtag. And my understanding is there have been hundreds of tweets during the day. And I know there were some before, and I encourage people to continue tweeting after. I would venture to say there's probably a treasure chest of information, public information, for anyone who wants to comb through all the tweets that have that hashtag containing ideas about how to improve the accessibility of social media. The National Council on Disability and Department of Labor announced that they had launched the third of their virtual forums or dialogues on accessible social media. One way to get to that is go to epolicyworks.org, and I think you'll find information on all their dialogues, and I encourage people to participate in those. The Department of Labor and the General Services Administration have also developed a social media accessibility toolkit. We have a link to it on our event page, but you could also go to digitalgov.gov and look under social media. You'll find it. There are two ways of contributing. You can either make comments via the blog commenting feature of the web page, or you can use a tool called HackPad, which is not as accessible, but more dynamic. Part of why we chose to use that is we think it is an important tool that should become accessible. We would like it to be so. And so we encourage people to report accessibility bugs to us, which we will make sure get forwarded on to the developers. In terms of our panels, first from government, one key point was that because of Section 508, government agencies are all required to produce social media content that is accessible. Of course, it also makes perfect sense that government agencies should engage in an accessible manner with all their citizens. We learned from consumer groups that overall social media, despite its accessibility problems, has been of benefit to people with disabilities, helping them gain access to informal grapevines, both socially related and professionally related. This helps people socialize. It helps them get jobs. We have learned from businesses of all kinds and trade associations that accessible social media helps them get customer feedback from a wider base than they would otherwise get if their social media outreach is not accessible. It also helps them get more qualified candidates because otherwise people with disabilities might be excluded from the candidate pools. We've learned that it's important for businesses to designate people on staff with responsibilities for accessibility, but then to also broaden that knowledge and those practices throughout their organizations. We've learned of the importance of authoring tools producing accessible content by default, because the more that a tool that is used to create social media does it in an accessible manner by default without the author, and with social media, the author is often just a user, anybody, a member of the public. The more that happens automatically, the more that accessible content will be out there, because not everybody can become a technical expert in accessibility, which sometimes does become complex technically. So we definitely encourage those who produce authoring tools to try to produce accessible content by default. We have also learned of the importance of application programming interfaces, or APIs, as a way for social media to be tailored to particular groups or particular platforms, sometimes in a more customized and usable way than it would be otherwise. By using the API of major social providers like Facebook and Twitter as examples, developers are able to create custom clients that sometimes provide a higher degree of usability for those audiences. So we also encourage companies that are producers or that are platforms for social media to include APIs so that there are a variety of ways of accessing the content on those platforms. From the beginning, this has been a project that I think exemplifies the spirit of the FCC's Accessibility and Innovation Initiative, which is cross-sector collaborative problem solving so that people with disabilities can reap the full benefits of modern communication technologies. I want to thank individually the members of my team on the ANI initiative, Kelly Jones and Rebecca Lockhart. There are too many other individuals at the FCC that I could mention. I will just mention just a few of the teams that we have collaborated with: the web team, the AV team, the social media team. In organizing this event, we collaborated, as I mentioned, with other government agencies. We outreached extensively to consumer groups, to businesses. In every way, we've really tried to make it a collaborative event. We tried to include a lot of time for audience participation and Q&A, and truly the event would not be what it is today if not for the participation of all those groups and all of you who have participated either in person or remotely. So we thank you very much for that. Anybody can access a video recording of the event on our webpage for the event, which will become available in a few days. And we had the room scheduled until 4, but we had hoped to break a little early, which might give you just a few more minutes for social networking among ourselves here, which is all part of that shared conversation process. So thank you very much, and please give yourselves a hand. Bye-bye.